here to support the public in understanding where they are at this time. And I want to just mention why I recently went on the BBC wearing this T-shirt that says, "Cassandra says, relax." A lot of people maybe don't know the myth of Cassandra, but she was given the gift by a god to be able to see the future. And when she refused to return his love to him, he cursed her to always be able to predict with accuracy what was coming, but never to be able to get anybody to believe her. It was a transactional gift, not an unconditional one, and he made that condition on her in spite, knowing that it would leave her with a future of torturous knowing of the harm and suffering that lay ahead for humans and an inability to ever be able to help to stop it. Forced to forever watch the torture of preventable suffering. It sounds pretty painful, doesn't it? So if you paid attention to the Free the Press campaigning, Extinction Rebellion have been doing so beautifully to draw attention to the fact that people are not allowed to understand the context they stand in. You'll notice that the UN stated that climate breakdown is going to be an existential threat. This happened some years ago. Did any of the news outlets report on that? No, they didn't. When the IPCC report says it's code red for humanity and we have very, very little time to turn anything around, how long does it last in our news cycle? About 24 hours. National treasure David Attenborough tells us everything is going to collapse unless we turn things around, and that has segments of 3 to 4 minutes in the news. As I said, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, have said we must stop investing in fossil fuels. The International Monetary Fund and the Bank of England are questioning whether or not capitalism, as we have today, will destroy itself or even lead to human extinction. Is that on the news? So as part of our work for XR, I went to a major TV company some time ago and I asked them what the news is. I'm not being facetious, I said, but surely there's some kind of guidelines. Surely there's a charter. Surely there are perhaps some rules or a definition. And they said to me, well, some of the things are just things that you couldn't know yesterday. And some of the things we believe are clearly in the public interest. And some of it's just entertainment. So I want to mention something that's not very fucking entertaining, which hasn't been in the news, which is a UNICEF report that says that 1 billion children are now at acute risk of the climate crisis. This is particularly for all of the journalists who are here today and people who are working for the media. I'm going to tell you a few things that are in that report. UNICEF says there are 240 million children highly exposed to coastal flooding. There are 330 million highly exposed to riverine flooding. There are 400 million children highly exposed to vector-borne diseases today. There are 820 million children highly exposed to heat waves. There are 920 million children highly exposed to water scarcity, and 1 billion children exposed to exceedingly high levels of air pollution, some of whom are living in this country. So out of the 2.1 billion kids on our planet who are part of our global family, half of them are at extreme risk today from climate. So it's clear, isn't it, that we have an accountability crisis. Just the media, corporate-owned, produced for profit media, but also in government, in mainstream governance, in business, in finance, and even in the legal system. Everywhere we look, we see the pillars of power that hold a deadly system in place, and we can't find a single bit of accountability for this crisis, which has essentially been created on purpose. Bankers and finance executives don't think they can share the world, so they're building bunkers so that they can leave the rest of us to die and rot and hope that they survive the unfolding disaster. And our legal system doesn't understand the proportional difference between sitting in a road, getting in the way, making a bit of a fuss compared with the collapse of everything that humanity has built up over the last few thousand years. The willful destruction of everything we know and love for the short-term profit of a small number of people. So we have an impossible situation in front of us, and we feel we have to make an impossible response. I have a book at home that I use to take to my students and say, look, the Global Warming Reader, a century of writing on climate, a century. The first paper that's featured in that book about the impact of carbon on global heating is from the late 1800s. We have known about this long time. Fair play to the press, it's not fucking news. But the IPCC have recently said it is definitely man-made. So there is a crime to be answered for. And how are we going to find a way forward with that? We are humanity trying to live. We are trying to open hearts and minds. Time is so very, very short. Our leaders have no intention of doing this work with us. Nobody is coming to save us. And this is why we rebel. This is why we do mass participation, civil disobedience. This is why we engage in the noble tradition of non-violence. This country has a rich and beautiful history of people who have stood up and sat down and glued themselves to things and refused to pay their taxes in order to make a better world for us. And we are part of that history. We are the responsible people who are standing up and saying young people shouldn't have to fix this and they shouldn't have to clean up the mess. It's about our legacy. It's about our world family. And it is on all of us. Rebellion for rapid social change seems to be our last best chance. So I want to say a huge thanks to everybody who's come down and will continue to join Rebellion ongoing. Thank you for helping us keep this on the news agenda. Thank you for helping us keep it in the public conversation. We have climate at the highest rate of concern in the British public today that it's ever been since the late 80s, when arguably people thought it was news. So we must continue to build this pressure. Beautiful people, do not get distracted. Rebel for life. Extinction!
Make some noise! So we've been here all week saying we want a different kind of democracy. We want a kind of democracy where people from across the political spectrum come together around the table and discuss how we can solve this crisis. We're fed up with fossil politics. We're fed up with fossil business. We're fed up with fossil finance. We need a representative democracy where people come to the table. But the crisis is happening now. We've seen the floods in London. We've seen the fires. And we need to stop the harm. We need to keep fossil fuels in the ground. Get up, get down, and keep it in the ground. Join me. Get up, get down, and keep it in the ground. Get up, get down, and keep it in the ground. Get up, get down, and keep it in the ground. Get up, get down, and keep it in the ground. Get up, get down, and keep it in the ground. Get up, get down, and keep it in the ground. Get up, get down, and keep it in the ground. Extinction! Extinction! So we know that the effects of climate change are damaging communities all around the world. But we also know that the effects of how we're treating this planet are damaging communities right here in London. And now we're going to hear from someone from Choked Up. Let's hear from Anjali.
Hi, I'm Anjali Rom Middleton. I'm 17 and I'm climate justice activist. I was involved in the school strikes, Teach the Future, and a year ago, I co-founded my own clean air pressure group with other young people of colour. Our campaign, Choked Up, is pushing for stronger clean air legislation that protects the lives on the forefront of the clean air crisis in the UK and enshrines our right to breathe in law. been aware of the climate and ecological crisis. Like so many others my age, I grew up with the knowledge that rainforests were shrinking, icebergs were melting, and that our climate was changing for the worst. It is a dystopia that grows more and more inescapable each year. It has long been a reality for my relatives in India, who are already facing deadly heat waves, and whose air is so toxic that they cannot leave their house for a couple of months each year. Growing up in South London, I was not immune to the environmental crisis. Whilst climate change is only beginning to affect the UK, I have been exposed to illegal air my whole life. I live next to one of the busiest roads in London. My primary school was dangerously polluted, and my sixth form college is now. Yet, for the majority of my life, I was unaware of this. It is only recently that I have learned about the dangers of air pollution and how it might have affected me and my development. Choked Up wants to make urban air pollution a health priority. Air pollution causes 40,000 deaths a year in the UK and has severe impacts on our health. It worsens chronic illness, decreases fertility, and shortens life expectancy. Pollutants have even been found in placentas. This is affecting us before we're even born. But many of us still do not know about the dangers. It is only when we start to see pollution that we start to think about it. Until we understand the injustices we live with, we cannot attempt to fix them. Air pollution and the climate crisis are strongly linked. The air pollutants that damage our lungs are also climate pollutants. Many of the causes of air pollution also contribute to climate change, such as burning fossil fuels and over-reliance on cars. We are pushing for measures that promote green living, sustainable travel, and social justice. These two issues are interconnected, and we need to view them as such. Action on clean air is climate action. As young people of colour, Choked Up is also about social justice. In the UK, people of colour and deprived communities are disproportionately affected by air pollution, despite contributing less to vehicle emissions. The worst air pollution is seen in the most ethnically diverse neighbourhoods, and the most deprived Londoners are 6 times more likely to be exposed to higher air pollution than the least deprived. These communities tend to live along the busiest roads and are overexposed to poor air quality. Despite this being brought to their attention, the government is making this even worse. For example, the creation of Silvertown Tunnel will only worsen air pollution and inequality by massively increasing traffic in the deprived areas of Greenwich and Newham. This is not what we should be doing in a climate crisis. But we are not all in the same boat. Climate and environmental issues do not affect us all equally. The poor are disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change, both in the UK and internationally. The Global South has been experiencing the effects of the climate crisis for years, but we in the West ignored those. Despite contributing the least to the causes of the crisis, they are the most impacted by its effects. The legacy of colonialism has decreased the economic capacity of the Global South, stunting their ability to deal with this crisis. Women suffer disproportionately. Women are exposed to air pollution disproportionately from polluting fuels, and UN figures indicate that 80% of climate refugees are women. The climate crisis will only exacerbate existing social inequalities and further marginalised groups that are already marginalised in our society. Our approach to climate crisis must be rooted in social justice, or we are not combating it. It is easy to lose hope when facing climate change, and climate anxiety is very real. As a young person, I am unable to vote, and it often felt as if there was nothing I could do. It is this sense of helplessness that fuels climate anxiety, and that can only be combated by taking action. Co-founding Choked Up helped me regain agency where I once felt powerless. Through action, I began to realize my own power and effect meaningful change. It is through direct action that I am able to express my voice. I know I am speaking to the converted here. All of you are here today, and that means something. But there is power in our numbers here. Right now, through COP, we are being offered a unique opportunity to affect change. Climate change is visible and on the political agenda. Right now, our campaigning, our action, our solidarity matters more than ever. We need the politicians to listen to us, not to the vested interests which seek to avoid addressing the crisis. They need to realise they will be voted out if they don't pay attention to us. The same message needs to be repeated over and over until they understand. This is the time to convince those who weren't previously convinced. This is the time to force conversations about the climate crisis. We have the potential to change things on a global scale and force our politicians to commit to ambitious climate action. When we unite, we are powerful and we can make a difference. Let's not just imagine the impossible. Let's make it a reality.
Give it up for Anjali. And give it up for all the young people who are leading this climate movement. All across the world right now, young people are rising up and showing the way. When will these politicians start behaving like young people? When I say climate, you say justice. Climate, climate. When I say climate, you say justice. Climate, climate. When I say climate, you say justice. Climate, climate. When I say climate, you say justice. Climate, climate, climate. Extinction, extinction, extinction. Are you all ready for a tea party? First off, we're going to hear from Doctors Against Diesel. And hopefully they're not talking about Gail Bradbrook. We've got Arash here from Doctors Against Diesel.
Thank you. That's fine. Hello, thanks very much, and thank you, Miranda and XR, for inviting me to come and talk. My name's Arash. I'm a respiratory doctor. I live and work in London. Obviously, it's been a horrible 18 or so months for all of us, and like a lot of people, I've certainly come out of it with some memories that are pretty hard to shake. And perhaps it's felt like a bit of a warning of how fragile our existence is and how fragile our happiness is and how easily things can fall apart. But we have now the prospect of a green recovery from COVID. And we have some examples of things that we've been doing differently in the NHS and like everywhere else, seeing our patients virtually, having phone calls where it's possible, people working from home, and we have some signs of what we can do differently. But I think a really important thing is that if we're going to take forward positives from this horrible pandemic, it really requires some real will from the people in charge and from us. And what we can see is that the government doesn't have that at its heart at all. It talks the talk, it makes all these pledges, but when it comes to real actions, We see plans for new oil and gas drilling in the North Sea. We see plans to open up a new coal mine in the northeast. And all the while, Boris's COP26 spokesperson, Allegra Stratton, says, well, maybe if we pre-rinse our dishes before we put them in the dishwasher and put our recycling in the right boxes, then that'll be enough. She's not quite ready to commit to an electric car yet. Too much hassle. So it's clear that it's on us, people like us, to keep pushing things forward. And XR has done an amazing job of putting this into the public consciousness and forcing these debates and the last wave of protests. And it's great to see people again doing that now. So as a respiratory doctor, I look after people who are the most vulnerable to air pollution, like Anjali has spoken about, and doing such an incredible, inspirational job of pushing forward. And I think, Anjali, the intersection between air pollution and climate change is really important. It's an entry point for a lot of medical professionals into sort of climate action. And I think people with respiratory conditions similarly. When we think about air pollution, we can see the direct harm that burning fossil fuels can do to people's health. We can see sort of a third of cases of children's asthma caused by air pollution, 1 in 10 cancer deaths. People like me can hear from our patients coming in and telling us they can't breathe when air indices are at toxic levels, and we see spikes in deaths and admissions. So we know it's real. And we also see how difficult it is to take any action on a public health crisis when there are such powerful concerted interests in the other direction, which have a lot to lose from people stopping driving and progressive changes to policy. But these changes do happen with pressure from people. In 2018, I was lucky enough to take part in a Greenpeace action, and we shut down the UK headquarters of the Milton Keynes offices of Volkswagen. And shortly after that, after a long time, they committed to phasing out all production of their diesel cars. But what that showed to me was that it really took for them to be publicly humiliated, publicly embarrassed and held to account before they would do anything. And that's the same story with our government, I think. And on another note, last December, as Anjali knows, there was a landmark ruling where a little girl, Ella Kissy Deborah, who lives in London and had severe asthma, who sadly died. There was a public briefing and there was a landmark ruling connecting her death directly to air pollution. And that was the first time that air pollution had been recorded as a cause of death. This was really thanks to a 7-year battle by Ella's mum, Rosamund. And her work and the people around her was very concerned with making this link very clear between air pollution and death, not just for the case of Ella, and so that the truth would be recorded on her death certificate, but so that we would make that case for other children and other people. But the truth is that even when the causality between an exposure and a disease is made crystal clear, again, where we've got powerful interest in the other direction, we know that they'll muddy the waters, they'll delay action, they'll contort the narrative as long as they can to make a little bit more money, their next £1 million, their next £1 billion, and we won't have changes. Even now that we're seeing heat waves, we're seeing wildfires on an unprecedented scale, floods in our own neighbourhoods, business carries on as usual, but maybe don't pre-wash your plates and definitely don't get in anyone's way and cause too much noise with a protest like this. We can see how ill-equipped our government is and how our system is to deal with an existential threat like this. We see that it's in our hands. So it's really great to see people here, and I would just urge everyone, as you're doing, don't fight this battle individually. It's not about you recycling. It's about joining with other people, people that do the same job as you, other mums like you, dads like you, students like you, people that work in the same building, people that live in your area, and get together with them and raise your voices, and we're so much stronger that way. Thank you.
Make some noise. This is non-violent civil disobedience. You have the right to disobey. This government is risking our lives, and you have the right to take to the streets and protest. Protest is our right, here to stay, here all night. Protest is our right, here to stay, here all night. Protest is our right, here to stay, here all night. Protest is our right. Here to stay, here all night. Protest is our right. Here to stay, here all night. Protest is our right. Here to stay, here all night. Protest is our right. Here to stay, here all night. Protest is our right. Here to stay, here all night. And next, this week, we are taking this protest to the City of London, to the financial district which props up this fossil fuel economy, which keeps it going, investing against all of our futures. And what do we say to the City of London? We say that they are oily. We say, O-I-L-Y, you ain't got no alibi, you oily. Hey, hey, you oily. Hey, O-I-L-Y, you ain't got no alibi, you oily. Hey, hey, you oily. Hey, O-I-L-Y, you ain't got no alibi, you oily. You oily. O-I-L-Y, you ain't got no alibi, you oily. Hey, hey, you oily. Hey, make some noise for yourselves, Extinction Rebellion. You have the right to sit down in the road. You have the right to take to the streets. You have the right to protest until this government meet our demands. We are in active rebellion against this government. Extinction Rebellion, you are impossible. Do we have Dua? Do we have Dua in the crowd? We're looking for Dua. We're just waiting. Okay, we have Dua here to talk about Afghanistan. So we've got so much coming up today. I've just heard that talks and trainings are going to be doing some trainings just down this way in the next 15 minutes. If people want to get some more training happening, there's going to be more protesting happening today. So stick around. We've just got a couple more speakers here, and then we're gonna get ready to protest. So give it up for David.
Hi everyone. £28 billion a year. £28 billion a year. That's the amount the government make from fuel in terms of people filling up their petrol car and their diesel cars and the vehicles. £28 billion goes to the exchequer. Now that is a huge incentive not to tackle simple things that could help climate change, help reduce climate change, and to reduce air pollution exposure. Now I'm going to tell you a very quick story. It's a story about Little Ninja. It's a little 2.5-year-old boy. The story opens up, he's on the South Circular Road at a bus stop with his dad, and he's got his mouth open, his heart beating fast in awe, because the biggest vehicle he's ever seen in his life, a 26-wheel articulated lorry, has just stopped at the bus stop right next to him, and he's like, Dada, Dada. And his dad's looking at him, and his dad's also thinking, oh my God, that's so cute. And then he realizes that the wheels of this huge vehicle are bigger than his son. The exhaust pipe is level with his face because he's all the way down there, closer to the ground. And actually, he starts to see that there is this kind of hazy thing coming out of the exhaust, going into his son's face. And he suddenly clicks in his mind and thinks, what is that that's now going in my son's face, in my son's mouth, into his lungs? When he goes home, he logs on, checks in Google, and straight away it says, diesel engine exhaust is carcinogenic, group 1, like tobacco smoke. It increases the risk of cancer. He keeps on searching, and there's research across the world, including in London, that says children who are exposed to this traffic pollution have up to 14% reduced lung capacity. That's equivalent to an egg-sized chunk out of each of their lungs. More research unveils that this is greater on main roads as opposed to side roads, which is expected because of more traffic, and that at 5 times more pollution is during the school run than at any other time of the day. Also work out that actually it's higher when you're walking along these main roads than when you're in a car or a bus. Although in a car it is still very high because you're in a line behind the exhaust pipes of other vehicles. So even inside your car you're not safe, and neither are your children. So he sees all this information and he thinks, okay, well, what can we do? And the simple things are saying, well, when is the highest air pollution? And it's not just about the number of vehicles, it's also about what the vehicles are doing. Every time a vehicle accelerates, like that big truck did at the bus stop, it has to burn a huge amount of fuel in order to move tons of vehicles just a few meters before it brakes again, and then accelerates again, and then brakes again, because that's what London traffic is like. 10 times the emissions every time it accelerates. Every time it brakes, that's particulate matter, tiny bits of rubber, metal, plastic, oil, all going into the lungs, so small it gets into the bloodstream, and everywhere blood goes, it goes, including past the blood-brain barrier, and as we heard earlier, even into the placenta. So this stuff is literally killing our children. People think to themselves, okay, you heard a story about Elikasa Deborah, 8 years old, 9 years old, she dies after being a healthy child at 6 years old. And again, she was in the South Circular, just like this little boy. And we think to ourselves, well, hang on a second, when are people most at risk? And we know it's during the school run, but also children at school, because the schools on the main roads, they're also being polluted while the children are in their classrooms, while they're running around in the playground, exercising, taking this dirty air deeper into their lungs. So we spoke to the council and said, what can we do? And the council said, well, it's not our road, it's the South Circular. Speak to TfL, spoke to TfL, said, can you do something to stop these vehicles idling right next to the bus stops? Because every metre will help our children. Again, nothing they can do. So we spoke to universities, they said, well, you can check the monitor it yourself. So we spent £6,500 to buy the most mature air pollution monitor. And when we monitored it and we looked at the results, the legal limit is 40, at the bus stop it was 80. And worse still, for the hour that the children are travelling to school, for the hour there's a young boy who was there at the bus stop, it was over 200. Now that's toxic air. Now this is what our children are breathing every day. And when you look at this thing, we talk about climate change and air pollution, and you think about cars and the exhaust and the CO2 damaging our planet, and the NO2 and PM2.5 damaging our health and our children's health, and you realise this connection between the two. And that's why over the last 3-4 years, I've been speaking at these Extinction Rebellion events, trying to make sure we close this gap between what we're looking at passionately on the front line in terms of the impact it's having on our children, particularly those children who live on main roads, who go to school on main roads and nurseries on main roads, children who unavoidably walk along main roads, scoot, cycle on these main roads, taking this dirty air into their lungs. They are disproportionately poor, black, Asian, ethnic minorities. So suddenly, not only is it about climate change and social change, it's also about climate justice and social justice. Okay? Now, I've come up with a few really simple things. A simple thing, I'd love to talk to you longer, but I'm conscious I don't want to take up too much of your valuable time with other speakers. But if I was going to push one small thing, it was actually talking about this idea about idling vehicles. You may not know, but an idling vehicle produces around 150 balloons filled with toxic air every minute. Every minute. And as you're walking in your journeys and you see this congested traffic and the cars aren't moving for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes just to drive 1 mile, and they're idling for the vast majority of that time. Thousands of cars, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of cars in this country idling every day, and every single time, 1 minute, it's a balloon that size filled with toxic air. So we know how bad this is. So we started up a campaign called No to Idling, NO2 idling. Should be catchy, NO2 idling. nitrogen dioxide idling. It's a no-no. So we put it towards the Mayor for London and said to him, can you please sign this? And he kind of like came up with excuses not to sign it. And we're suddenly thinking, well, DFT, can you please join in with this? And the DFT is saying, no. And we're thinking, why isn't it that we're trying to stop this unnecessary burning of fuel? All it is simply telling people you have to switch your engines off when you're not driving. Can we please use the minimum amount of fuel to make your journey? Because at the moment, that much fuel to make a journey, that much fuel being burnt. Yeah? That much fuel to make a journey, that much fuel is being burnt. So the most simple thing we can do is get people to switch their engines off. But just so you know, restarting an engine takes that much fuel, a thimble full of fuel. A thimble full of fuel. So this idea that, oh, we can't switch off our engines because we're going to burn more fuel turning back on is absolute nonsense. Yeah? Every single minute, that much pollution unnecessarily. So the No to Idling campaign is on change.org. We've got about 4,000 signatures so far. We need 100,000 signatures for it to be debated in Parliament. So Extinction Rebellion, please go on to change.org, type in Little Ninja UK, type in No to Idling campaign, get a signature, pass it on to someone else, get a signature, see if we can do something to sort this out. All right, Extinction.
Extinction! 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 We're going to have a tea party soon, and I think there's going to be some better music there. But do you want a song now? Oh, baby, baby, how was I supposed to know that something wasn't right here? Oh, baby, baby, I shouldn't pollute your soul. And now you're overheating. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. Oh, because my lock-on is killing me. And I must confess, wait, no comment, no comment. Climate change makes me lose my mind. Give me a sign. Police arrest me one more time. Oh, baby, baby, half the reason I breathe is you. And boy, you got me grounded. Oh, pretty baby, there's nothing I wouldn't do to save people and the planet. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. Oh, because my lock-on is killing me. And I must confess, wait, no comment, no comment. Climate change makes me lose my mind. Give me a sign. Police arrest me one more time. Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, you arrested my friend. Oh baby, baby, oops, I think I'm in love. You put me in cuffs. Rebels are innocent. Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, you arrested my friend. Oh baby, baby, oops, I think I'm in love. You put me in cuffs. Rebels are innocent. I think the Samba band are trying to tell me something. Extinction! 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 So we're just waiting for our last speaker, who's going to be talking about Afghanistan. We're going to have a moment to think about what's going on all around the world right now. We know that this crisis is a global crisis, and we're going to think about what's happening around the world before we form up and go to march. Protest is our right, here to stay, here all night. Protest is our right, here to stay, here all night. Protest is our right. 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 Extinction Rebellion! Okay, we're going to hear from Dr. Lynn Jones.
Yeah. Hello, everybody, and it's amazing that you're all here, and thank you. If it wasn't for COVID, I wouldn't be here, because I spend most of my life setting up emergency mental health programs in disaster and conflict areas. It's been a lesson to me to watch how those come home to us in the form of weather, catastrophic weather, pandemics, all of which are intimately related to the climate crisis that is not reported in the news. I've worked in Afghanistan. I've worked in the Philippines after Hurricane Haiyan and worked with children who have nightmares every night about the wind. I've worked in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, and now I watch as horror as the worst hurricane in 100 years causes yet more devastation. And I think of the people who are going through all of this again, and will probably go through it again next year. 2 years ago, I was working in Central America with friends I've known for many years, and they're moving. I joined them. We marched north. Why? Because you can't live in a place where drought is ruining the small subsistence farm that you have. You have to move north. And then you're greeted with walls and barricades, because the people who are creating the crisis, who are producing the carbon that is ruining your life, don't want you, and they will do everything to keep you out. We have one planet. We are one species. If we don't take care of each other and the planet on which we live, we will all suffer. That means sharing the resources that we have, taking care of them together, making sure they are not polluted, not destroyed, growing enough food in a sustainable way, and changing my lifestyle. Yes, I'm ashamed to say I drove here. I have a car. I have to get rid of it. Government, please help me do that as a doctor, find a cheaper way to transport myself so that I stop filling this atmosphere with carbon and killing my friends. Let's keep working on this together. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for being here.
Make some noise! Extinction! 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 We're about to form up into a march, but before we do that, let's hear it from Diwa Khan from Afghanistan, here to speak to you now.
Hi everyone, thank you for coming today. My name is Diwa and I'm a CEO for Diwa Trust Foundation, who helps vulnerable children and women around the world. Today I'm here to show my solidarity with Afghanistan, with my sisters and brothers in Afghanistan. We want to show them that they are not alone in this situation. We all stand with them. We are condemned the way the legitimized government is handed over to the extremist group. We are deeply disappointed and shocked the way international community abandoned Afghanistan. They handed over our elected government to those people whom they called terrorism for 20 years, and we were fighting them for 20 years. Thousands of British were wounded, hundreds were killed. Thousands of Americans were killed, soldiers were killed, and millions of Afghan civilians were killed in this war. This war costed us billions and trillions of dollars, but it was all our taxpayer money. But to the end, that was for nothing. They handed over everything to that extremist group, and they are our leaders in Afghanistan today. I am deeply concerned about the situation in Afghanistan, especially for the women and children of Afghanistan and their work and education for girls and women's rights. Now, I want to ask, how can we stop terrorism coming back on the global scale? Innocent people in Afghanistan are terrified. They are running after airplanes just to escape their country's terrorism leaders. When the plane takes off, they fall down from the aeroplane, and they were all innocent, very young boys, students, football players, and they were just children and had dreams like your and my children. They were living 20 years in democracy. After 20 years, they were handed over of Western and international community to an extremist group who killed them for 20 years, who wounded them, who made them orphanage, who made the woman widow in that country. A group whom Western called terrorism. And today they are existing in a country who most of the people don't care about, but very soon we all have to care about that country, because we will face a new terrorism being just born in front of us. The Taliban was this extremist group who gave place to Osama bin Laden, and they made 9/11. They took a country. Right now they have a country with 38 million people. So that's why I'm asking, what will make them to stop, to not come on the global terrorism? They will be more stronger. They will have they will give place, and it will be a it will be a safe haven for terrorism to come back and hit us stronger than ever. And they have all congratulations, the Taliban group, that thank you for taking Afghanistan back, and they all united and hit the Western back very, very strong. Now, I just want to say that Afghanistan needs our help. This is not only a speech, this is help. Help from your kind heart, please. All the people are in Afghanistan, the 38 million people, we cannot leave them behind. We cannot leave them because war zone is not a place for a child, not a place for those innocent people who wants to live in peace and democracy. I urge to every humanity, every human, every organization to stand with Afghanistan so we can minimize this terrorism group. And we will help all the girls and children of Afghanistan. We will not let them. Together, we are strong when we are millions together. And we will help many boys and girls and their education. It's still not late because the government hasn't been elected, taken over by the Taliban. We can still bring pressure on the international community and the government of England and America to help us to minimize this group. Thank you so much. Stand together with Afghanistan. Please don't forget us. Don't leave us in this chaos, in this tragic situation. As you all seen, as you all known, as you all have seen, that people are in terrible scared from those people. They have been started punishing women. They don't let them go to school. Nothing is normal in that country right now. Please help. Raise your voice for us. Fight for our rights. Fight for our humans' rights. Fight for our children and girls' rights. Education rights. Higher education. Freedom of speech. Just like we had in 20 years. We cannot accept this situation. Please, we have to all stand together and stand for Afghanistan. Everything which is happening in Afghanistan would hit us back here by the drug and by the terrorism. We cannot accept this. The political will be not affected by this. Our children, our people will be very, very soon. Thank you so much. Thank you for standing with Afghanistan.
Thank you so much. Let's just take a moment to take that in together. This is about doing it together. This is about coming together and sitting around the table and having these difficult discussions and facing the reality of the situation that we're in right now. We can no longer ignore that multiple crises are facing us now. The people in power continue to distract us, continue to divide us, but we know that we have to come together. Extinction Rebellion, this is coming together. This is non-violent civil disobedience. And this is how we will create change. We are rebelling for life because we know that the climate and ecological emergency is already here. And until governments act now to stop the harm that we're doing to this planet, we're doing to our communities, we're doing to ourselves, we will continue to rebel for life. And that's what we're going to do today together. And we're going to form up in the march now. And I think we can see Samba are going to move over to the road over here. And we're going to form up and march. And we're going to have a non-violent tea party because we're all lovely human beings just coming together. Extinction! 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 Extinction!
Thanks.
Thank you, Rose.
Good afternoon, everyone. We just heard some speeches beneath the Shard here near London Bridge Station. It happens to be opposite. Oh! Can I just... Someone's just started up with a drum underneath me here. He's heading off. Thank goodness for that. Yeah, the Shard is actually opposite UK, the headquarters of UK News, and as we know, the rebels have been here before to protest over the lack of information and indeed misinformation that's being perpetrated by News UK, who are the publishers of the Times, the Sunday Times, and the Sun in the past, and somewhat in the present too. It looks as though perhaps Extinction rebellions are beginning to take effect because sorry, the Samba band's just getting started here. Yeah, because after the XR blockade of the printing site last year, in September, there appear to be some changes afoot in the press, and that includes some of the Murdoch empire as well. They're starting to get a bit more clued up about letting the population know the truth, which is one of our central demands at Extinction Rebellion, telling the truth about climate change. So it's especially important. I think they realize now it's especially important with COP26 coming up, and especially with the UK being the host this year up in Glasgow in the first 2 weeks of November, that they're going to have to start informing the public. There was a YouGov poll taken in October that showed that 2/3 of people want the UK to lead the world on climate change. And I happen to be one of them. So I would be absolutely delighted if this were to happen. And I think maybe that's something positive we can take from some of the rebellions that we've had, which of course have been quite controversial, because you remember the Printworks action was really quite controversial, with the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, saying that this type of interference would actually, it would take away from our way of life, which is absolutely crazy because the UK has had a very, very long history of dissent. And this is just a continuation of that. And it's even more essential and existential today for us to show dissent like we're doing today. So anyway, I'm just going to pass you over, I think, to another shot for a moment because I'm up here on a very precarious bit of marble and I've got to jump down. But I did also, before we go to another shot, I just wanted to pay some homage to our live streaming team. We're a very small team. I think I'm running a bit on fumes today because we've been going 7 solid days. We come from all walks of life, and some of us taken holiday to be here today to bring these programs to you. We hope that you're enjoying living vicariously the rebellion, even though you're not able to be here, or if you're in another country, you can see what what our actions are about. But we're just delighted to be here presenting for you. So I hope you enjoy it. So if we go to another shot now, and I'll jump down from my little perch, and we'll show you a bit more, give you a bit more flavor of what's going on here today.
I will be at the rebellion because there's really no choice for me not to be there. Somebody has to be able to help amplify those voices who have never been silent, but their voices are being denied and ignored and subjugated. The simple reality is that for many people today, they are experiencing an intensification of ecocide and genocide right now. This is not some future harm that is apocalyptic, that is to come in the near future if we don't reduce emissions in 5, 10, 15 years. This is happening now. We don't have the excuse of saying we do not know, because there are so many movements now, including this one and many other interconnected movements that are raising the alarm. The challenge is, do we have the courage to do what must be done? The struggle is not only to stop the harm and to end this toxic system now, it's also to do so in a way that we can reconstruct and that we can build. And we can build back in a much better way than what we've had before. And we know that we can do this. We know that we can rebuild. We know we can rebuild better. We know that we can rebuild systems that are far more resilient, far more cooperative, far more communocratic, and far more egalitarian. And that is the hope. We have to have a vision of not only what we're fighting against, but what we're fighting for. We're rebelling because we have to stop the harm. We're rebelling because we want to live. And we're rebelling because we want to guarantee our futures. Please share this post with your network.
There's loads more coming.
Climate justice! Now! Climate justice! Now! Rebellion! Rebellion!
Wait. Okay, I'm going to go, Vlad.
Now! Climate justice! Now! What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion!
Who are you?
Excellent live stream.
Why don't you have any identification? Because for us, we haven't got a clue. You know,
Yeah,
be anyone.
we get arrested.
Well,
I was thinking I'm just going to treat myself to stuff up breakfast as soon as I come out here and a coffee.
Rebellion! Rebellion!
So I didn't have to spend any money.
This is what democracy looks like. 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 Power to the people. People has the power. Tell me, can you hear it? It's stronger by the hour. Power. People. People. Power.
Power to the people.
Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. Extinction. 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 Power to the people. People got the power.
Nice flag. I don't want to carry anyway.
I think, you know, thank you.
Want to do the easy. That's gone to the banks. And look, the banks have only invested in safe investments, which is basically property. And then just basically said it has.
And also obviously like populism and then the basis of the negotiation. But I think the amount of work it takes to make them right with diminishing return is brilliant. So really
all the structure and all the people from it are invited. Yeah, Excel synthesizers. Hi.
Hi.
You like the pizza?
Great. So the
This is the Calderdale brownie.
was that carrying a terrible piece? So what's we almost out of time of?
Sorry?
What are we almost out of time of?
Possibility of life continuing.
Do you have a family? Do you have grandchildren?
I have friends, I have some family, yes. I'm talking about human life and animal life and plant life. All life on Earth is what we're talking about. And we're almost out of time for enabling it to continue. We have to do something before it will be possible for it to continue.
Thank you. That's easy, right? That's like an easy conclusion. That's not anybody.
But I mean, it's hugely significant, as you say. It goes with
dominated by
We don't want your blood money, gonna save the world, honey.
We don't want your blood money, gonna save the world, honey.
We don't want your blood money, gonna save the world, honey.
We don't want your blood money, gonna save the world, honey.
Decolonize.
The United Nations estimates that drought brought on by the effects of climate change could displace as many as 700 million people by the end of this decade. This is no more acutely being felt than in southern Madagascar, where years of failed rains has left hundreds of thousands of people staring down the barrel of what the UN is calling the world's first climate change famine. Marina Darras has more.
Isolated farming communities like this, in the village of Voitelo in Madagascar's southern Anosi region, are some of the last people to contribute to climate change. But they are among the first to suffer its devastating consequences. The world's first climate change famine, according to the UN. In the Mahali commune, villagers have no crops, humanitarian workers have infrequent access, and bandits plunder what's left. After 3 years without rain, when the first load of food aid finally got through in March last year, it was too late. 150 villagers had already died. Sinazi and her 8 children make do with what they have. A daughter uses an old rice sack as a dress. It doubles up as a bed to her brother. The World Food Programme says that in an area where people depend on their own agriculture to survive, the land is 7 times more barren than it was even a year ago.
We eat wild roots, but we are not able to cook them. We put them in the pot, we cover them with water, but it stays raw. I would like a blanket, clothes and sandals, but most of all, I would like to eat.
Although Madagascar experiences frequent droughts and is often affected by the change in weather patterns caused by El Niño, UN experts point to the latest IPCC reports on to draw a direct link between climate change and Madagascar's current aridity crisis.
Hi, I'm with Hannah here today, and she says media kills, silence kills. What does that mean to you?
Basically, it means that our media, our mainstream media, is captured by offshore billionaires like Rupert Murdoch and the Barclay brothers, and so it's not in their interest to print the truth in their newspapers. Basically, because they are making money through fossil fuel industries themselves, and they have no interest to present the truth in any shape or form. Rupert Murdoch has been one of the largest climate deniers. He's now, there's no room really anymore for climate denialism, but we have delayism now. The IPCC report came out only 10 days ago, and even the Times, the front page of the Times, when everybody else was saying code red for humanity, it was a very small section. Really, this should be on the front pages every single day. If you've watched the news over the last year, COVID has dominated our news. The climate crisis is sadly far greater than COVID will be. COVID is really kind of the foothills of the climate and ecological emergency. And if we don't get the truth out to the public, we don't put the pressure on our politicians to take the action that's required. And we also have a very, very dubious kind of, they're in bed with each other, the politicians with the newspaper moguls. So really we're fighting a battle that's absolutely massive to get the truth. And not only the truth in the papers, but therefore the action that will follow. Because you can't expect to get any action unless you get the truth out there. I think the public are now beginning to really, really come on board, because they have seen the devastating effects worldwide, including now in Europe, North America, fires in Siberia, all over the world. There's not a single place that's safe. And that is now, the public awareness has actually kind of been awoken now. Extinction Rebellion are now, seeing a massive surge in popularity, having been relatively unpopular at times. And that's really encouraging, but if the media don't actually report on this on the front pages every single day and tell the precise truth about what's happening, we're not going to be in a position to tackle this this problem, which is of gigantesque proportions.
Thank you for your time.
The march is starting to head towards the city. Of course, we've been trying to put a lot of pressure onto the media in the UK to tell the truth. That's the first of our 3 demands at Extinction Rebellion. The second one is act now. And the third demand is that we would like every citizen in this country to have a say about how we're going to tackle the climate crisis by holding a series of binding citizens' assemblies where everybody can decide together what's the best way forward. We also have an additional demand for this rebellion, and that is no more fossil fuel extraction. Stop it now, which is why we're headed to the city, because there are still way too many corporations that are searching for new forms of oil and would like to extract as much of it as possible. And if they don't, then they lose their license and someone else can get the license who will. So that's abominable and it's objectionable to us. And we can't keep putting so many more emissions in the air. We've just heard speeches this morning about the effect of air pollution in London. It's just absolutely appalling. We're all breathing this in. We cannot continue to do this. I personally feel that the time has come for us to admit that and no one wants to talk about it, but we need to talk about the kind of sacrifices that we are willing to make to do this. It might mean that we have to, we may have to temporarily slow down our consumption. We might have to stop doing things for a while, rationing them, whatever, until we get to the point where we have technological solutions that are actually feasible. We just must bring the emissions down. So we've also got a government, unfortunately, who is also investing in fossil fuels, thinking, well, you've heard all these things before earlier in the program, I suppose, but giving licenses for new oil fields up near the Shetlands, and still the plan they have for a new coal mine up in Cumbria has not been cancelled. So we have all those things weighing on the government's mind as they're preparing for the COP26 in November, and I'm certainly crossing my fingers that they decide to do the right thing and to show some real leadership. I'm sure as soon as they do, other countries will follow. So I think if I show you, right underneath I can't remember what this is called, but if you look up and you see that skyscraper, it's really, to me, it symbolizes the powers that we are appealing to do the right thing and to help us to transition to a cleaner and more just economy. And we need to do it much quicker than they even envisage. I do tend to do quite a lot of the reading of the news. I find it extremely depressing most of the time these days, to be honest. But I think one has to do if you're a concerned citizen. And the one thing that I do find gives me heart is that there is some movement in the city as well of corporations wanting to do their bit, but unfortunately, as we said before, it's nowhere near as quick. 2050, way too far in the distance. 2030, yes, better. Let's just keep working towards that goal of bringing down carbon emissions as quickly as possible. The minute we start seeing them come down, I feel we will have a step change in this country. People will stop feeling desperate and unhappy and worried about it and start to see the potential of what lies ahead. So we've got lots of singing, lots of chanting, all to keep the energy up with the crowd. It's one of hello, I see people I know here. it's a fantastic feeling to come out with Extinction Rebellion, and it gives one such hope that we will be able to tackle this. But we need lots more people. We've got another week ahead of actions down here in London. So if you've got 1 week left before we have to go back to the salt mines in September, perhaps, and maybe you would like to come down and join us. We're a very, very, very sociable bunch, and we would welcome you. We can tell you all about our values, our ethics, and it'd just be great to see you. And if you can't, make sure that you log in. We've got this live feed going for the next 7 days, and you can see the past 7 days as well on YouTube, Facebook. Just look under Extinction Rebellion UK, and please share this. Share this with people that you wouldn't maybe ordinarily share this message with, because I feel that there's change coming, and maybe you'd like to be part of it too.
Hello there. It's very difficult to know where to start this message. I've tried so many different routes. Well, the personal response is perhaps the easiest. We can all make decisions in our own lives. We can help, I think, in our workplaces as well. That's somewhere we can see, we can get a handle on. With regard to the film industry, I think one of the greatest changes that's taken place that's been useful is that we've done all our publicity virtually instead of flying around the world, and that's a massive help, and will remain in place after COVID, I do hope. What's harder to locate and challenge are the hidden threats. And having just found out that the City of London finances more CO2 emissions than the entire nation of Germany, it's very difficult to know how to challenge that. And that's exactly what Extinction Rebellion are doing, what you are doing, what they are doing. And that's why this movement is so essential and so courageous. I do want to emphasise the fact that the rebels in this movement aren't drop-out, anarchistic outsiders. They're rebels, if you like, who have the greatest cause in human history, nothing less than the survival of the planet. And so I offer them my support and my respect, my deep respect. And I urge anyone who's not part of the movement to help in whatever ways they can. Because if we're not all in this together, we're not going to win this battle. So this message comes confusedly and with great love from me. Good luck, and may all your gods go with you.
Tissues, a tissue, and basically say next song. Hi, I'm with. Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Angus.
Angus. All right. Why did you join Exile? Why did you personally join?
Because I'm concerned about the future of the world and of the future generations.
Do you have a family?
I have children, and I'm very concerned about them and any children they may have.
What are we doing today? What's happening at the moment?
Well, we're trying to draw attention to the great deal of change that is necessary to the way we live our lives. And that can only be implemented both from the top and from the bottom.
You said something from the bottom. From the bottom, what can we do from the bottom just personally?
Well, obviously we can all try and use as little as plastic and recycle as much and so on. But all that is a drop in the ocean until we've got the institutional framework that will make these efforts worthwhile.
Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Power, people, power.
Show me. Hi guys, do you mind if I have a quick interview with you? Are you two related?
Yeah.
You're all related, yeah? Oh, all three of you. You're a family here, are we? Yeah. Right, is it possible to have a chat with you about what's going on? Right, so could you introduce yourselves? You are what's your first name? Yeah. Alan. Alan?
I'm Mel. Mel.
Mel?
Carol.
Carol. So as a family, you're here today. Why are you here? Who wants to go first?
We cannot be anywhere else. This is an emergency. That's the banner we're carrying. There's emergency and no time to wait. Bank holiday or not, we need to make a stand. We need the truth to be heard.
At school, do you guys talk about climate change?
Well, more in my old school, like in my old school, we would like go off on Fridays to do the school strike and stuff like that. But yeah, the school we haven't done that so far this year, so yeah.
They don't really talk about it.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, does it bother you guys if it's not really discussed that much at school?
We talk about it at home. So Mel knows a lot of the facts from us, I'd say, rather than from school. But we just are so concerned. You know, the latest IPCC report, it couldn't be clearer. Code red for humanity. We know that the best thing we can possibly do for the future of our children is to be here and to try and make the government actually act, not just say the words it needs to say, but actually do something and make an international commitment to the reduction of fossil fuels and to support the whole planet and biodiversity. It's just, there's nothing we can further do individually. We have to make the government pay attention and to change the systems.
Thank you for your time. It looks like we're having a little sit down now.
It does.
Okay, we're just going to stop here for a few minutes. We're going to have a few speeches and then we're going to move on, everyone. Extinction Rebellion, are you ready for the tea party? Extinction Rebellion, make some noise for Chris Packham.
Good afternoon, Extinction Rebellion. Before I get started, I'd just like you to put your hands together and raise a cheer for the officers of the Metropolitan Police. The officers here this afternoon don't set policies, they're doing a job, just like we're doing a job. And the mutual respect that we ask for each other is something that we need to work on and keep together. So thank you very much, officers, for your kindnesses today. Let's hear it one more.
I just watched Poppers, stupid person.
I know.
Yes, you should mention that. The Poppers are being kind. Don't worry.
So the reason that I'm probably standing here started a long time ago. I'm 60 years old. When I was about 6, I got a caterpillar and I put it on my hand, and it crawled to the tip of my finger, and it tickled that finger, and excited an interest in wildlife that persists to this day. And I put that caterpillar into a jam jar on our dining room table, and it pupated. And a few weeks later, I was sat down, having my cornflakes, and I noticed that that chrysalis started to split open, and a small tortoiseshell butterfly emerged from it. And I asked my mum and dad, who I've got to confess were not the world's leading zoologists, how the caterpillar had turned into the butterfly. And they went to the books, and the books said that the caterpillar essentially spun a cocoon of silk, and inside used its skin to produce the pupal case, and then it pretty much melted into a flux of cells. which would completely reorganise themselves as the butterfly. And I looked at the caterpillar and the butterfly, and I thought, what a remarkable thing that is. Almost miraculous. And that's what we continued to believe until relatively recently. Because when scientists were trying to figure out what was going on inside the pupae, they would have to cut it up and destroy it, kill it. And that would be the end of their observation. Until relatively recently, when, using CAT scanning, they managed to follow the course of metamorphosis inside that pupae. And what we see is that the gut structure of the caterpillar, which is the eating stage of the organism, stays pretty much the same, but it shrinks. Because as we know, the butterflies and moths that develop from those caterpillars feed on nectar. They're not munching loads of plant material. They don't need a massive gut. They're living on a liquid diet of sugar. The breathing apparatus, and again, no point in discarding that if it's working. A lot of that breathing apparatus stayed exactly the same, just reorganised. But what they couldn't see when they were looking through the CAT scanner was what was happening to the neurological tissue, what was happening to the nerves and the brains of the caterpillar. Well, we still don't really have the answer to that. So scientists tried another experiment. They wanted to see whether a caterpillar could remember being a caterpillar when it was a butterfly or moth. So they trained a group of caterpillars that have their favourite food to be repulsed by that favourite food and to settle for second best. And they did this with lots of caterpillars, and then they let them pupate. And when they emerged as moths, they offered them their favourite food, the food that they would have been eating as a caterpillar. And they found that those adult insects were repulsed by it. So butterflies and moths can remember being caterpillars. Now, I don't know about you, but that sort of tickled me, a bit like that caterpillar on my finger. How beautiful it is that we see these very simple organisms that we take for granted in our back gardens, on our allotments, in our parks and perhaps nature reserves. And as they go about their simple life, munching nettles, pupating, by the time they get to the adult organism, they can still remember being a larvae. It's amazing, isn't it? It's beautiful. It's just one of trillions of beautiful little stories about our remarkable life on this planet. And the thing about this planet is it's the only one that we know of in all of our universes that currently has any life on it. And from my point of view, again, aside from the precious, simple beauty of those caterpillars and those moths and butterflies, the idea that we are in charge, if you like, of this single little blue dot covered in remarkable life means that we have an enormous responsibility. And at the moment, that responsibility is being significantly challenged. I don't need to tell you that our little blue dot, with all of its beautiful life on it, is in real trouble. But what I can tell you is that since 2019, when many of us, I'm sure, were in Oxford Circus, standing around that pink boat, things have got worse. We've been interrupted by a global pandemic. We've been distracted by all sorts of other things. But the fact is, the science hasn't stopped, and the science is shouting louder than ever that we are in massive trouble. Now, a few years ago, I would have said that I was always optimistic, that I knew that we had an understanding of the problems, and in many instances, we had the capacity to repair, restore, and reinstate. That's what I thought. But recently, I've started to wonder about what I feel, and there's a distinct difference between thinking and feeling. And frankly, I've got to be very honest with you, it's my way, I now feel more frightened than ever before. Because despite the fact that we understand the problems, we do have the capacity to right those wrongs. Time has marched on and progress has not been made at an appropriate rate. And that's why, when I go home today, I'm going to sleep easier tonight. Because I've come to see you all, and I've heard your voices, and I've seen your determination, I've admired your energy. And in many instances, I've seen your courage. And that courage is what will carry us forward, because we need to continue to shout above the noise. We cannot be drowned out at this time. Thank you, Extinction Rebellion.
Extinction! Extinction! Up on your feet! Let's make some noise! Give yourselves a huge round of applause! And let's follow the Samba Man! Extinction! 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 I can't hear you! Extinction! 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 What do we want? Climate justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Climate justice! Now! What do we want? Climate justice! Now!
XR live stream. I'm with XR live stream. Do you have a quick interview with you? Okay. Are you together? Good. I see we get catching in with the families today, which is good. Alright, so I'm with XR live stream. We've got that live as we're interviewing, not just yet. I'm just going to ask you guys why.
Okay. Hey, back again now. Whoops. Chris is my absolute hero. It was a delight to hear from him. I myself have such deep love for the natural world, which I share with him and many of you, I'm sure. It's fantastic to have his support. I think we're heading off to another location now, a location unknown. We've got the ever-present helicopters above us. Not quite sure why they need to be here. I sometimes think they're just here to try and drown out the excellent speeches we have. Yes, indeed. So let's watch all these beautiful people marching here. I'm always sort of lost for words when I see the amount of effort that people have put in, creative effort into putting into their creations here, their placards, their flags, their individual thoughts about what we are about to lose. And how I think there was an article in iNews last week that said, it was an opinion piece, and it said that Extinction Rebellion is actually based on love. So I don't see how a movement based on love can actually fail. When we think of all of the powers that be in the city here, all these slick, expensive buildings are so at odds with the world. And it's dreadful to think that the natural world could ever come to an end. And we are part of that natural world. In fact, humans are actually interlopers. We're some of the most recently evolved in our present state. And a lot of our fellow creatures have been here for millions of years. Things that you see in the fossil record are still just barely existing, perhaps at the bottom trench of an ocean or something, but they're still there. So how dare we come along and threaten the life that they've known for so long? It's just preposterous. And as Chris was saying, it's such a complex web. So many intricate features. We're realizing that animals and indeed plants actually have a form of sentience, whether it's higher or lower. We need to start thinking of these things as beings, as individuals. And in fact, there are even there are some schemes afoot to label rivers and other water bodies as basically beings that have their own right to exist. So we don't keep extracting more and more water from them until they're just shadows of their former selves, and they don't even serve us in the end because there's no water to be had. If you think about in the United States, the desert states, where they just have huge reservoirs running dry at the moment, lowest level ever. It is truly terrifying. It's happening right now. Okay, I'm going to go to a colleague that has someone who'd like to say something.
Hi, I'm with Savi, who's a marine scientist. In your line of work, have you seen personally the evidence of climate change?
Yeah, so as marine scientists, we see the small and the large. We see, of course, the modeling that shows that even the ocean currents might be changing now due to climate change, but we also see the really small effects that it has on people who live by the coast. So even in the UK, where the effects of climate change are sometimes perceived as not being so there yet, but we've got people on the coast who suffer from coastal erosion with more extreme weather events happening more frequently. We see the coasts breaking off. We see how the human-made sea defenses can't protect people anymore. So yeah, we see it in our line of work every day, globally and locally.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel really, really worried, but at the same time, we're also seeing results of, for example, rewilding projects by the coast that actually are delivering quite good results. So I do feel hopeful that there is, with nature's help, we can mitigate some of the effects of climate change. But in the big picture, it can be very, very scary to be a marine scientist, or any scientist, really.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I know Extinction Rebellion XR are mucky and they make a fuss. They're loud, they're disruptive. They sometimes throw paint and other such things, and they block traffic. But what else is going to make politicians really recalibrate, realign, revolutionize politics so that it faces the horrors of climate change and all the damage we're doing to our planet. It's a very complex and a very difficult situation, but unless we recognise it, that everything has to change, then nothing will change, it seems to me. And I know that you can point the finger of hypocrisy at everybody who owns an object and drives a car, but we're all going to have to rethink the way we live our lives and the way we dispose of all the things we buy and the way society works. And it's much better if we think about it together and without enmity, but understanding a common purpose for the common good. Is that so much to ask? And XR, Extinction Rebellion, seem to be the only people who are sensibly, even if angrily, even if energetically, trying to move society and the world towards this. It's going to be a heck of a fight, but unless we get together, it's a fight we'll lose. So here's to you, XR, and here's to you, everybody out there who's thinking about ways they can help. Not just physically help, but help in terms of persuasion, in getting everybody on board, even those who have been denialists or skeptics or hesitant, as the current word is, about climate change and about our part in it. Even they have to be brought on board, and they must be brought on board with civility and understanding, because it's a very difficult thing for us to realise just how massive this problem is, and therefore how much community and connectivity it's going to take. I've spoken enough. Anyway, good luck to you, XR, and thank you. Lots of love.
Hi, I'm with Jack with Money Rebellion. We got market economics, planetary destruction. What does that mean?
What that means is that our current economic system is predicated to grow exponentially every 20 years. And if it keeps on growing, which it is inevitably going to do, we'll run out of resources, and the exponential curve will hit the ceiling, which will collapse and take us down with it.
What can we do about it?
The only thing we can do is to do what we're doing now, which is to say that this political economy has got destruction baked in. And we've got to have a global citizens' assembly which will consider the alternatives and come up with something which will be presented internationally to the UN, to the bank, the global banking system, and say, if you carry on the way you're going, there's curtains for us because of CO2 production, because of fossil fuel production, because of fracking and methane, and your blue hydrogen is never going to work. We've got to find a solution that will give us a stable economy, which will not impoverish people. There are plenty of alternative models out there. There's Jason Hickel's Less is More. There's Kate Rayworth's Donut Economics. There's Molly Scott Cater's Bioregional Economics. There are loads of alternative systems. We've just got to adopt one and adopt it universally.
Do you think there's political will for that to happen currently?
No, there isn't at the moment, because everybody's locked into an old paradigm that tomorrow's going to be better, more abundant, more wealthy and happier than yesterday. The way that circumstances are going and the way that global events and climate events are going is proving that it's no longer the case. So we're going this way?
Okay, why did you personally, what's your background? How did you get this?
I'm a composer.
You're a composer?
I write music for money. I've had to educate myself in economics in a crash course. I'm also a very old man. I'm 70 years old, so it's taken me a while. It's been a steep learning curve.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, we've got a gentleman from Penrith. He's come down from Penrith and Cumbria to join the march today. He's got a lovely people patch there, and also he's got a flag that says XR Unify. Now this is actually, I've been with XR for a few years, but I have not actually heard of XR Unify. I wonder if you could explain what that is.
Well, this is a unit of XR, a subsection of XR, I suppose, set up by a BIPOC community. That's Black, Indigenous and people of colour group. really to use their, I think the word the person used was their position in the UK and the North, as it were, to speak out on behalf of their brothers and sisters in the economic South, who they feel are going to suffer the extremes of from climate warming more immediately than we are in the North. Although I'm not quite sure I 100% agree with that. I think we're all in it together, but I do see that their economic situation is more tenable in this and that. So that's the idea, anyway, to broaden the scope of XR by a group, subgroup in a way. It's not part of XR now.
I think
concentrate on these issues.
I think this is so vital, and it's something that some people don't quite understand. They think we're an environmental movement. Why are you talking about this? What is this global South? You know, but I think this is a really important theme, don't you?
Yes, I mean, I think it's very. Yes, it's worrying because what affects the South can affect the North. I mean, to pretend we're not going to be, we can walk away from their problems as we may have done in the past. We won't get away with it this time, that's for sure. And things are very serious. That's why I come down to Cumbria today, this week.
They truly are. We heard a man from Nigeria yesterday give a speech. Were you here for that? Where he spoke about the devastation caused by Shell in his country and appealed to us for help. So.
Yes, Nigeria's country has its own problems, and then there's every country has its own degree. I mean, if sea levels rise, London's going to have some serious issues to deal with. They might have the finances to cope with it, but it's not going to be easy. And other parts of the UK as well. So we're going to have our problems here. And apart from, I don't know, I just don't like to think about it, to be honest.
No, indeed.
I hope we can stir governments of the world to do something serious about it.
Well, we've got COP coming up, and let's hope that COP doesn't fail us this time, because it has before.
Oh, exactly. And all we've been told in the past that perhaps we should take a shorter shower or wash our pots in a different way. Well, really, at the same time, they're opening new oil fields. In my part of the world, they're trying to plan to open a coal mine. Unbelievable. The same year as they're having the national conference.
Yes, and we've had a representative of the COP, in fact, a few weeks ago said, well, this government doesn't tell anybody about where they should go on their holidays or how they should get there. I mean, it's pretty much free reign at the moment. I mean, how is that going to help? So we seem to be in a real pickle, don't we?
We are. I'm a very positive-minded person, so I think we'll get out of it in the end. But the sooner we get out of it, the easier it'll be. If we leave it too late, it'll be difficult.
Indeed, and I'm really grateful that we have someone like you standing up in solidarity with the Global South, as all we are, but it's nice to see it in flag form. Thank you very much. Okay, bye. We've got another interview coming up with a colleague of mine. We'll pass you over to him right now. Me too.
Hi, I'm with 3 individuals from the Church of England. We got Hillary. Yep. Right. So what brought you to the march today?
What took me to the march?
Yes.
Just a need once again to do something. It's for me a couple of years ago. I just got to the place where writing letters, signing petitions wasn't enough anymore. I need to be out here taking some action. Being seen, sharing stuff like this on Facebook, trying to get other people on board. So that's why I'm here.
All right. 2 others. So we got.
Hello, Jonathan. I'm Jonathan.
Jonathan. Now you were at the XR Christian Climate Action
Group
yesterday
in St Paul's Cathedral. Yes.
What did you make of that?
Well, it was great to be there and great to unfurl 2 beautiful banners.
What was the banners about?
Calling for the Church of England to divest from fossil fuels, which we urgently need to do. And if the Church did that before COP, it would be fantastic. It would just send us a signal to so many other people that fossil fuels are really, it's real dirty business. The Church wouldn't dream of investing in pornography. It wouldn't dream of investing in tobacco. It doesn't no longer, thank God, invest in armaments. So why should it involve invest in something as death-dealing as oil and other fossil fuels. So it's time it got its act together, really. And so we were there to call the church to do that, and we did it in a reverent, responsible way, but sadly we ended up getting arrested. Which,
how was that experience?
Unfortunately, fine. I'm, proud to make a witness to what I believe. Yeah, and there's a great tradition in Christianity of radical civil disobedience. Christians have been, well, certainly at the heart of the civil rights movement in the States in the 60s, and they have been in so many other facets of life. But yeah, too often the church, particularly the Church of England, is wedded into the system and powers that be, and it needs to take sides here, I'm afraid.
Thank you. I've got one more. All right, so I've got Alistair, wasn't it?
Yeah, brother Alistair.
So where are you based?
Well, actually, where I'm based is the reason I'm here. I'm the parish priest of a church in Weymouth, the UNESCO World Heritage Site of the Chesil Bank is part of my parish. I have several rare species of animals that live where I am. And if climate change goes ahead, as is possible, a large proportion of my parish will end up underwater. The UNESCO World Heritage Site of the Chesil Bank will be breached. Where I live is in physical peril. And so I cannot be a good parish priest and not seek to protect, pray for, and act on behalf of the community for which I have been ordained to serve. And so for me, I am fulfilling my ordination vows as a priest and as a Church of England minister to look after and care for God's good earth and the creation. So that's why I'm here today.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Governor, can I give you a little interview? I'm a songwriter.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry. We had to go to somewhere else very quickly. Sorry.
Hi. So tell us where we are and what's going on here.
We are just off Tower Bridge. We're at the junction of Mansell Street, Shorter Street, and something Mint Street. We were attempting to take the site just down there, Tower Bridge, and the police have intercepted us, and they use their batons to smash the glass out of the window and drag this woman out. She had glass on her face and on her arms. They've been very aggressive and very preemptive, obviously. It was an ambitious plan, but that's what the planet and the crisis demands of us, ambitious plans. But anyway, we're here. I believe there's some other rebels down there holding another location. We really need people to come down. If you're anywhere near, please join us. You can see it's a bit lonely in the moment, but if people come right now, there isn't a police cordon yet. So this could be a site. It is a site because we've got brave rebels here who've taken a site. The IPCC report, as you know, said it's a code red for humanity. I'm looking around me at people who think that they're bystanders, and I'm trying to tell them they're not bystanders. We're not fucking bystanders in the death of humanity and the death of all other species. I just want them to step into the street, and I'm trying to plead with them and sing with them and maybe shout at them. I don't know, but it's pretty lonely here, but we're here and we're not going away.
Thank you very much. Let's take a look around. We've got banners going across the street. So Tower Gateway, tube entrance, just off Tower Bridge. No future in fossil fuels. That's one of the big messages of Extinction Rebellion during this 2-week rebellion. Anyone up for talking on camera? So yeah, tell us what's going on here. Oh, hang on to my cables.
No worries. Hi. Well, we're here today to do a bit of road blocking, and it appears that the police have stopped this van, and sort of, yeah, there's now people being arrested, and I'm not sure what's in the van, but I think that more was to come that we haven't yet seen. So we're actually standing here now because we want to support the brave arrestees, people who've already been arrested, and the people who are actually now sort of kettled on top of the van.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Anyone else up for talking on camera? Anyone talk on camera at all? I'm freelance. Do you want to say it's going out on? Well, I'm a freelance journalist.
So if you go to anybody, is what you're saying.
No.
Ah, perfect. Yeah. So that's if you wanted to chat.
Just gonna have. So I think some more police have arrived, looking at this blue van that's been pulled over. Just gonna see what's going on there. Hi, do you want to say what's going on here?
Obviously give them the officer space because you're behind him. He's got back to you, okay?
Sure, okay.
Right. Thank you. Not from going any further here. We've been arrested. We're currently new to this pipe because that was as good as we could do, because we came here with the aim of causing disruption because we understand the state of the emergency that we're in. We're not going to stand idly by while the world burns alive, while sea levels rise and children are screaming, whilst people are dying in tubes in China at the same time as they burn alive in their houses in California and Greece, and they cook alive in Canada as well at the same time. The breakdown of our planet is very real. Our natural systems are no longer working as they should be. We are contributing to all of this. At the moment, we're going to cut the interview just a little bit short while we deal with this, all right?
Around this van, face that way. Move away from the van, move away from the van. Move away from the van. Around this van, please.
Smash the glass off the window. You can see the smashed glass onto the policeman's feet. Police are moving in, trying to do a cordon around the van.
Guys, just keep moving back from the vehicle.
Slightly stressy moment, and I just see that the march is arriving here en masse. Police are moving in as well, and we've got a lot of protesters in their hundreds are arriving on the march to the same location. So they've done a cordon around now.
Just keep back off this island for us, let's go.
Anybody want to talk to camera at all?
I decided it's worth getting arrested today. Anything to try and help the planet. Just disappointed we didn't manage to kind of get everybody on where we wanted them, but it's just that reminder that when it comes down to it, that it's the planet that's important, and I'm prepared to get arrested. I'm interested to know whether other people are prepared to be arrested for the sake of our wonderful planet that nourishes all of us.
What would you like to say to the people watching this stream?
I'd like to say thanks to everybody who supports us. There's been an amazing groundswell of support over the last few days when we've been doing outreach. And just we have to keep going because the crisis, we're clearly in a very extreme crisis, and I think what we've been hearing from everybody is that they've seen the pictures on the news, on the television. They're frightened by the droughts, by the fire. It's coming closer. My fear is we will get to a tipping point and it'll be too late before, rather than being able to mitigate as we can at the moment.
What happened when you were arrested?
Sorry?
What happened when you were arrested? You okay?
Yeah, although the officer came and just smashed I was right by the side window and the officer smashed the glass with a baton. So I was obviously showered by glass when that happened, and then pulled out of the van. But I'm okay. I think it was the officer who actually got hurt by the glass, not me.
Anything else you want to say?
Just power to the people, and come and join us. Yeah, come and join us, because the more people there are, the more that public opinion will be tipping. And it was very powerful being at the Science Museum last night, recognising that the Science Museum had sold out to Shell for some pathetic supposedly climate change exhibition, which is just a travesty of greenwash. And to think that our creative scientific institutions are prepared to sell out to somebody like Shell, who's clearly a fossil fuel company, is just shocking. It's just absolutely shocking. And very moving to hear scientists talking about that, being in the Science Museum and just being so shocked themselves that the Science Museum is sold out. It's a place we take our children, that we want to be able to believe that science holds the truth, but my understanding is there was some kind of gagging clause that was put on the Science Museum, and I just feel very shocked about those treasured institutions in our country that are selling out to fossil fuel companies. It kind of confirms our worst fears, doesn't it, really? That they're just going to do as much as they can to keep on getting coal out of the ground, oil out of the ground, tar sands out of the ground, whatever it's doing to our amazing planet. At a time when everything seems to be tipping, it's terrifying. We cannot survive in the kind of temperatures that we've seen in Canada and around the world, and to see in Belgium and Germany this kind of level of flooding that's going on. I'm petrified. I distract myself with work and with my family, but when I wake in the night, that's what I'm frightened about. I'm terrified about what is going to happen, and why is nobody taking any action? Why is the government not taking action? Why is it not telling the truth? And again, it feels like a travesty with COP coming up, that we're still doing nothing. They seem to be trumpeting that we're doing so much to reduce carbon, but just in terms of the biodiversity, and I'm watching that in my lifetime, how it's just animals, wild mammals have just disappeared. It's just really noticeable, and yet people in power, people who are trying to get rich quick, don't seem to care about that. And they're the people we have to rely on. They have a duty to care for all of us.
Can I ask, you're under arrest? Are you handcuffed?
Yeah, I've got my hands in handcuffs behind my back. Not very practical, but they did pull me tight.
So amazing interview to do whilst under arrest. Thank you so much. Anybody else want to speak to camera?
Here. Hi, I'm Jane, and I am just so frightened about the climate and how so many people are not taking it seriously. And I'm so frightened for my children and their future, and for everybody's. But so many people are not taking this seriously, and just allowing a few people to get very, very rich, and just to allow most people continue with their lives and pretend that there's nothing wrong, but there's a huge amount wrong, and nobody's doing anything about it. Thank you.
I think I've ended up inside a police corner at the moment. Just sort out my cabling. So the march has come along here. Have a look around.
You've got all your interviews.
I have. Can I just get a shot of the handcuffs? I want to film the handcuffs. I want to film the handcuffs. coming to film. It's an amazing interview given by Extinction Rebellion rebel who's currently under arrest. Got 2 protesters on the roof of the van with a sound system.
Get the people inside the cab.
There's some people inside the cab. I think they might be locked on or glued on. They were giving an interview earlier, but we got moved away from the vehicle. Anyone want to talk to camera? Do you want to talk to camera at all? Anyone want to talk to camera at all? Just describe what's going on here.
Shall I get you on?
Oh. Yeah? You can. Cool. Yeah,
What do I say? Okay.
You're live, so
Right.
tell us where you are, what's going on behind you.
Hey, so we're just by Tower Bridge is over there, and this big blue van was an attempt at a roadblock, but we've had to stop a bit early, and the police are currently trying to break open the van. They're using like big metal tools to try and like yank it open, and there are people on top of the van, people locked in the cab. And we haven't seen what's inside yet, but I'm guessing that'll be soon. It looks like the police have smashed a window of the van. Not sure why they did that, but I don't know what happened there. But yeah, and the marchers just joined us, so everyone's like surrounded the structure a bit, so we can hold it a bit better.
So this is like a 2-week rebellion. So how's it going so far?
Yeah, I think it's going really well. We've been really agile with our tactics, so the police largely haven't seen us coming, which has been great. Although today I think they caught us. But yeah, it's been really lively, like really amazing vibes in the sunshine, and lots of outreach, which has been great. We've had these pink tables set up outside like every action, and loads of passers-by coming, asking us what's going on, talking to us about why they're scared as well, and like what they can do, and just having really great conversations. Yeah, it's been amazing.
And if people want to get news of what's going on each day, what should they do?
Well, there's a Telegram broadcast, which has all the information about where to be, but there's, the police are just, they've opened the van up now. They're having a look inside. We'll see what they pull out, I guess. But yeah, you can sign up to the newsletter as well, which is what I do. I write the newsletter, and it just gives an update of everything that's happened that day and what's coming up, and yeah, just keep abreast with everything that's going on in the rebellion.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, we're at the second location. Where are we?
So we're at Mansell Street, which is just in front of Tower Bridge, London. We've taken the junction here and we intend to stay.
Yeah, so the guys on the truck are right behind us. We are just in front of Tower Bridge, which is over there. How are you feeling? How do you feel?
Honestly, I'm feeling great. I'm really happy to be here. I'm happy we managed to pull it off. It's been a really fun march, and I love hearing the samba and everybody dancing. It's beautiful here.
Sorry, I have to say, why are you coming to march?
So, if you would like to see my slide, we have a group of young people here today who are protesting that spilling fossil fuels, the blood of our children is spilled by fossil fuels. So our theme very much for this week is against fossil fuel funding and subsidies. So we've decided to specifically show how the funding of fossil fuels is going to contribute to all of our demises. And as young people, we are the ones who will be worst affected by the climate crisis. We are the ones who don't get to make the decisions in power, but we will be the ones who are more affected than those in power.
Thank you for your time.
No problem.
Okay, we're at the back of the van that has been stopped. The police have now managed to get into the back of the van. There seems to be quite a lot of people inside there. And over here we have some of those arrested earlier. And we have some.
What do you reckon it looks like? Runs out drinking.
Singing going over here, which has just stopped. That was sounding lovely. So we've got rows of police here, rows of photographers and videographers and press have turned up as well.
I'll probably share some of your opinions on that. But the only reason I heard about this is because of someone sitting around in 2019.
Has spoken, earth won't be broken, be broken. All rise up, and stand up, and stand up. Ole, 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 mama. Ole, ole, mama. The people have spoken. The earth won't be broken, be broken. All rise up, and stand up, and stand up.
We were protesting climate change 20 years ago.
We're just by Tower Bridge with this van that's blocking the road. We've got Sarah here. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Thank you.
You're standing by Tower Bridge with a banner in front of you, with a truck behind you that's blocking the road. Talk to me.
If you saw me away from this, you would see a very different me. I'm an NHS doctor. I've worked in the NHS for 30 years. I'm a GP. I've been a lifelong conforming member of society, not a rule breaker at all.
So, let me just stop you there. You say you've been a lifelong conforming member of society.
Yeah.
And up until the Extinction Rebellion movement, you've never felt the need to be civilly disobedient.
Yeah, that's right. And I never would have thought I would do anything like this because I don't like upsetting people. I don't like inconveniencing people. It's not my nature. But this is an emergency. And as my banner says, it's happening now. It's not something over the other side of the world that we see on the TV pictures. You know, we got floods in Germany, in Britain, heat waves, wildfires. It's happening. And stand up. Okay. So it is happening now, and this is my way. This is my way of shouting. This is an emergency. For goodness sake, everybody, if you have children or more than a few years left on this planet, you need to know what is going to happen. And we have so little time left. And this is my way of saying it's an emergency. The house is on fire, like Greta Thunberg said. You have to stop being polite and and do something. And that's why I'm here.
You say that you need to know what's going to happen. What is going to happen for the benefit of the listeners?
Well, the science tells us, and I did a science degree, the scientists and the science tells us that we are on track for, we've used up all the carbon that we can to stay within 1.5 degrees of warming. We're on track for probably 4. And that we don't know that human beings can survive in a world that's 4 degrees warmer. You know, this is the territory of starvation, crop failures, wars, droughts, not just on far-flung bits of the planet, but here in Europe, in the UK, and not very long away. We are crossing tipping points without knowing it. This is what the scientists tell us. Far cleverer people than I. Scientists are a very conservative lot. They don't say there's a problem unless they're really pretty damn sure. And they've been saying there's a big problem for decades. And it feels like nobody's listening, or the people that should be doing something are not listening, or they're saying, yeah, it's fine, you know, we've got it on course, we'll be carbon zero by 2050. Whoa, way too late.
And of course, this rebellion is in the backdrop of the recent IPCC report, who've issued a code red warning. And the IPCC are scientists who've been endorsed by the world's governments. I was reading today that they've actually said that in just over a decade, temperatures will be so high that parts of the world will be uninhabitable. I mean, how does that make you feel?
Not great either. I mean, we people in the UK are worried about how we will cope with the current influx of refugees from Afghanistan, you know, all over the world when things happen. We're going to have climate refugees from Britain, in Britain, because bits of the UK are going to be underwater before too long. So it's going to be part and parcel of everyday life dealing with refugees. And people need to, you know, understand that. It's going to happen. So yeah, the IPCC and the UN sort of description of that as a code red for humanity, you can't be much plainer than that. So why is the government not, you know, why are they still giving out licenses for more fossil fuels to be dug up? You know, it's no good having all this airy-fairy technology for carbon capture sometime in the future if we can scale it up and if we can afford it, etc., etc. If the bathtub is overflowing, you turn off the tap. And turning off the tap means leaving all that stuff in the ground. We have to stop now. Simple as that. And really, I am so sorry to all the people out there who've been inconvenienced. But sorry, guys, you're going to be inconvenienced. If that's not the right word for it, inconvenience. Awful things are likely to happen. You know, not just a shortage of bread on the shelves at Sainsbury's because everybody's in a COVID panic. It's going to be, you know, shops are going to not have food at all. It's not going to be waiting a while for your op on the NHS. It's going to be hospitals and infrastructure collapsing because of the climate, and not in 30 years' time. You know, in a few years' time. That's my fear, and I don't want to watch this unfold as my children grow up.
Doctor, thank you ever so much for sharing your words with us, and also thank you for what you're doing. It takes a certain amount of bravery to do what you're doing, and it's appreciated.
Thank you, and I am sorry if I'm a little inarticulate. I'm a little deprived of sleep, but that's yeah. Thank you.
If this is you on an inarticulate day, I look forward to seeing you on an articulate day. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
As you just heard, Sarah, a doctor, a practicing GP for 30 years, is the lady holding this banner at Tower Bridge, just in front of this truck that's blocking the road. We are just a few hundred yards before Tower Bridge with this roadblock, this truck. I've just heard in my ear that there's a caravan on Tower Bridge, so let's cut across to the caravan on Tower Bridge.
Yes, we're near the entrance to Tower Bridge at the moment. I don't have much information for you, I'm afraid, but one thing we do seem to know is that there is a caravan that was meant to act as a lock-on, I presume, that they're probably trying to remove or prepare to remove, and they're probably arresting rebels there. We've had the Samba band has come up to show solidarity. We've done lots of shouting, so whoever is over there getting arrested can hear us. And we've had all kinds of other crazy incidents, wonderful kind of crazy incidents. On the way here, there was a bit of an occupation of this junction over here, but people were more interested in actually seeing, getting as close to the action on the bridge as they could. So that, for the moment, that's kind of crumbled a bit. But we did actually see a very interesting arrest. I think it may have been an arrest of the police had detained someone dressed up as Freddie Mercury saying, "Open your eyes." So. The police had a cordon. It was quite a strict cordon, and then everyone seemed to break through it at one point, and they made the cordon a bit further down near the bridge. So we were just about to have some speeches, and I think we probably are going to carry on with. Yep, they're going to carry on with the program. So if I just come around here and we'll listen to see what they have to say.
Thank you so much.
Oh.
Thank you so much, XR Youth, for telling it like it is. There are no single issue protests because we do not leave single issue lives. And it is so good to be here with all these people, amidst all this bullshit that's out there, with these people who understand the truth of our situation. For these people who understand that it's not just that we have a right to protest, we have a duty to rebel. And we have a duty to rebel against the destruction of the conditions which make this planet habitable. The Titanic has hit the iceberg. If that wasn't clear before the summer of 2021, it's clear now. It's happening here. It's happening now. Rows of prostrate people in Canada, in cooling centres, floods in China, villages devastated in Germany, infernos around the Mediterranean. The one thing you do when the Titanic hits the iceberg, you stop sailing for more icebergs. You stop investing in new fossil fuels. But some of the people here in the city of London, travelling first class on the Titanic, so enjoying the party, so drunk on their crazy profits, they're not hearing the screams of those travelling in the decks below, or even worse, they're hearing the screams and pretending not to hear. Anyone who read Naomi Klein's Shock Doctrine, she talked about Hurricane Katrina, the devastation in New Orleans in 2008. All those communities begging for help from their government, the speculators who saw opportunity, who saw investment opportunity to build new property. All those people for whom Hurricane Ida last night was more good news. When we ask ourselves, when was that moment that the Titanic hit the iceberg? No, it was not in 1850, when William Tyndall's experiment showed the effect of carbon dioxide on the atmosphere. It was not in 1917, when Alexander Bell, the inventor of the telephone, described the greenhouse effect. It was not in the 1950s, when the New York Times asked, is our planet getting warmer because of CO2? And it was not in 1980 when the American Petroleum Institute published its research that said by 2067 we'd have 5 degrees warming and global catastrophe. The American Petroleum Institute had Exxon, Texaco, all the fossil fuel majors. It wasn't then because they suppressed that evidence. They pulled their research program and instead put that money into a PR campaign to tell us it wasn't real. No, none of those were the moments when the Titanic hit the iceberg. The moment was when an extreme ideology gained currency. An extreme ideology that says people are separate from the ecosystems they depend upon. That we can build a land we want to live in by exploiting and destroying the lands that sustain us. And that any community, any people who doesn't believe in that extreme ideology, they are primitive, they are simple, and we must bring civilization to them through war and colonialism until they believe too. The way that we will live is by destroying the systems that sustain us. So what we must do, and what we have a duty to do, is tackle that extreme ideology and its advocates. And we have a particular responsibility to do that here in the United Kingdom and here in the City of London, because this is the heartbeat of that sick ideology. There are some questions we all get asked. Are the public going to accept this? Are the public going to accept what your demands imply? Aren't you setting yourself up against ordinary people? I was born in Hammersmith, 1970. I've lived in this extraordinary city, and one of the huge privileges of that is you get to meet people from all faiths, all cultures, not mediated by the media that seeks to divide us, but directly and personally. And one of the things I know we all have in common is we will do anything for those we love. Whether it is our children, whether it's our brothers and sisters, our best friends, our lover, whoever it is, we will do whatever it takes to keep those we love safe. It is not the people we're setting ourselves against, it's those who are trying to divide us from each other and putting out false information. And there's something else we get told. That those of us here standing up for life, that we're breaking the law. We're breaking the law when we sit in the road. We're breaking the law when we break windows. It is not true. I am a lawyer. I've read the UN Convention on Human Rights. It says we must protect human rights because if we don't, people will be compelled to rebel against tyranny and oppression. And what more obvious violation is there of our rights, of our right to life, than the systematic destruction of all of our communities, of all of our ecosystems, of people, of animals, of plants. The land, the air, the water, L-A-W, the law of life, the first law of life, we have a duty to uphold it. And that is what we're doing, upholding the law. Thank you. Make some noise for Tim Crossland. We are here to stop the harm. And what Tim and Plan B are doing already is directly challenging people through the courts to stop the harm. Make some noise. So we're here to stay. We've got a caravan on Tower Bridge. Who's brought their flask? We've got a tea party right here. And we've got a van just over there. Let's make some noise in the van. I've just been told in amongst this lovely crowd right here, we got some people locked on. I'm locking on, so you better call police liaison. I'm locking on, I'm locking on. Locking on, so you better call police liaison. I'm locking on, I'm locking on. Locking on, so you better call police liaison. I'm locking on, I'm locking on. Locking on, so you better call police liaison. Get the block started on a Saturday night, but now my lock-on has got really tight. Sending out a message to my affinity group.
Here at Tower Bridge, this blue van is blocking the road. We've got two rebels who are in the back of the van. You can probably just see them at the back of the picture. There's two rebels inside the van. There are two rebels at the front, on the front seats, and there are two rebels on top of the van who have locked themselves on. They were just a few moments ago giving pretty impassioned speeches from on top of the van. There's also a small number of rebels who have blocked the road in front. There's Dirk here. Dirk, how are you, mate? Oh, stay there, just stay sitting. Just stay sitting, I'll come and sit with you. I could do with a break. Can I just see your banner quickly? Perpetual growth, guaranteed death.
It's talking about the economy.
Hang on, let me get this microphone to you. By the way, you do look particularly smart today, Dirk.
Oh, thank you.
You do look really smart.
Yeah, I try to look presentable.
I think presentable doesn't give you enough credit. I think you're far more than presentable. Talk to me about why you're sitting in the middle of the road by Tower Bridge in front of a blue van.
I think we're somewhere near the Royal Mint. So you want me to hold this? Yeah, I think we're somewhere near the Royal Mint. It says Royal Mint Court. So that's where money used to be created. Of course, it's not anymore. Where the money is created is by the Bank of England, and they can create as much money as they like because they just magic it out of thin air. The government says, "Oh, we need, 10 billion in order to cover the furlough payments." Bank of England just creates it out of nothing, and that's inflation, and that goes into the economy. It basically goes into the housing market. That's why we've got rampant house inflation. That's why we've got property banking. That's why all the rich oligarchs from Russia and Hong Kong and places, they're all using London property as a way of making more money than they can make on the stock market. And that's pricing property out of the reach of ordinary people, first-time buyers. That's one thing. That would be the connection why we're sitting here today. But there's so many inequities in the financial system, and basically it's our economy that's driving the climate and ecological emergency. It's the global economy that's doing that. Politicians do what they're told by the economists, because politicians don't understand economics. A staggering fact is that only 1 in 10 of our MPs actually know how money is created. They don't really think about it. It doesn't occur to them, and they wouldn't understand it because it's full of technical terms, and economics people swayed themselves in equations and technicalities so that the rest of us can't get it. And it's basically not that difficult. Our economy is based on the profit motive, right? Which means the more money you have, the more money you make. And that means that wealth is concentrated in the hands of fewer and fewer people. So 1% of the global population owns half the world's wealth. And the rest of the world is condemned to abject poverty and starvation, because the way money is made is by the exploitation of resources, primarily from the global south.
I heard a staggering fact yesterday at the climate carnival at the Carnival for Climate Justice. You were there, where this lady was saying that the equation is that it's like 1% of money goes out in aid to the global south, and about 99% comes back in resource exploitation. So when we talk about cutting aid, really we should be cutting economic colonization. But the rich people in the world don't want to do that because they're locked into their privileged lifestyle and their assumption of superiority and entitlement. Shall I go on?
I could listen to you all day, mate. You are phenomenally learned. Thank you ever so much.
All right.
We've got Dirk, we have a caravan locked on Tower Bridge.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
They've locked a caravan on Tower Bridge, so we're cutting backwards and forwards between here and there.
All right.
So let me try and see what's going on. Thank you ever so much, Dirk.
Sure.
You're a star, bro.
See you later.
Thank you. So that was Dirk, who's just sitting in the road. So we're just with Dirk a few hundred yards away from Tower Bridge. As you can see, these rebels have used this blue truck to block the road, and they are singing. On Tower Bridge, which is a few hundred yards away, there's a caravan that's blocked the road, and I'm led to believe, I can see the image is actually, they're painting it pink. Sounds like a nice idea. I suppose part of the back toing and froing with the police has been that they've been looking out for pink boats, pink tables, anything pink. So the idea of getting a caravan that's not pink onto Tower Bridge and then painting it pink sounds pretty novel. What a fantastic idea. So let me just give you a little idea. Here we are a few hundred yards away from Tower Bridge. This truck has blocked the road. These rebels are in the road, and if you can see in the distance there, those are the rest of the rebels who have blocked the road just before Tower Bridge. We also have the Buddhists at the front. Let me take a walk around to the Buddhists. They are meditating in front of the truck. Let me just walk that side. As you can see, there's the truck. Little wave. There you go. Sorry. There we go. And this is a really, really beautiful scene. We've got the Extinction Rebellion Buddhists sitting there ever so peacefully, meditating, sending out their vibration and their energy for Mother Earth. An absolutely beautiful scene. Meanwhile, as you can see in your picture, the rebels on Tower Bridge are continuing to paint the caravan pink. Seems like they've got a bit left there. The banner there, it's happening now. In the middle, Dr. Sarah, who spoke earlier on about how she has never been part of any civil disobedience before in her life. She's been a doctor for 30 years, a practicing GP. There she is in the middle of the shop. She spoke about how concerned she is about the environmental crisis and how for the first time in her life, Extinction Rebellion has moved her to come out onto the streets and protest in this manner. As we said earlier, COP26 is coming up in Edinburgh in November. COP26 is, of course, the United Nations Climate Change Conference. It will be in Glasgow, sorry, not Edinburgh, my mistake. It will be in Glasgow. That meeting, that conference is happening in the backdrop of the IPCC report, which has issued a code red for humanity. For those of you who don't know, the IPCC is a group of international scientists endorsed by international governments. They've issued a code red for humanity, warning of increasingly extreme heat waves, droughts, flooding, and habitable temperature limits being broken in just over a decade. And just take that in. Habitable temperature limits being broken in just over a decade. As I said earlier, this truck is a few hundred yards away from Tower Bridge. On Tower Bridge, there's a caravan that's blocked the road and is being painted pink. I hand you across to one of these streamers near the caravan. Can you hear me?
Hi everyone, we've got Freddie Mercury with us today. Freddie, do you want to turn around and just let us see at the back of your pack? Look at these epic slogans here. You've just spent the night in a police cell. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was arrested on Cromwell Road yesterday. An action was taken. I was tackled by police officers and dragged off the roads. No warnings, nothing like that. Subsequently taken to Plumstead Station, where I spent the night at Her Majesty's leisure. So I'm full up of vegan chili, which leaves much to be desired.
Did you get the Jailbirds sweatshirt as well?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I always like to
sweatshirt.
take a souvenir. I've been released under investigation on suspicion of conspiracy to cause a public nuisance, which if you really scrape the bottom of the barrel of the law, then you might somewhere in there. I mean, the suspicions on which nonsense. They were things like conspiracy to harm vehicles or something like that. There was all kinds of nonsense things. They're running out of options because they're losing and they're losing in court, and all of these charges that they're bringing are being overturned when they're being brought up to Crown Court, and it's making an absolute mockery of the police service, as it should, because the police service is broken. It's unjust. It criminalises peaceful action. It criminalises our democratic rights to peaceful protest under the European Convention for Human Rights. And it's creeping authoritarianism and fascism in its truest form. To silence opposition, to silence dissent is fascism. That's the technical definition, you know.
I was going to say, to add insult to injury, you were just stopped and searched right now as well.
So just marching with the crowd, just marching, not involved in any kind of spicy action or anything like that. I was picked out of the crowd, dragged out, presumably recognised from yesterday. Apparently I'm quite recognisable, but I'm not sure why that would be. Dragged out of the crowd, held at the side of the road for half an hour or so, stopped and searched. I had my bail conditions paper, which says I have no bail conditions. So I had my paperwork with me. It took them ages to go through, and then they eventually let me go on my way. But you know, I said to them, I'm sure that the only reason you pulled me out of the crowd is because now you can tick white next to someone's name when you do a stop and search for a change.
I think you've got to be truly passionate about what's happening, you know, with the climate and everything, to do something like this. And I have to say, I'm really proud of you for doing it, and I'm sorry that you've been inconvenienced that way. We've got to head to another interview, but thank you very much for your time and your thoughts today. Good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Right, we're on Tower Bridge. The caravan, the pink caravan, just based over there, and we have some people having tea on the on Tower Bridge. We have Marina up here. She was just speaking a moment ago. As you can see, in their own words, how the Tea Party is getting on. Now, on the pig caravan, there are 5 individuals locked on top of the caravan, and they're slowly painting the caravan pink. It was easier just to bring the caravan unpainted here and then paint it. One way to avoid the police. And we have Marvina, some other rebels joining in solidarity. Sorry.
people. The people got the power. Tell me, can you hear it? Tell me, can you hear it? Can it stronger by the hour? Stronger by the hour. Power. People. People. Power. Power. People. People. What do we want? Climate justice. Where do we want it? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. Where do we want it? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. Where do we want it? Now. We're doing this for you, baby. We're doing it. We're doing it for our children. We're here, rebellious as ever, trying to make sure we put a clear Tea Party in your face. We no longer want deniability. We no longer want complicity. We need people to have humility and be vulnerable and tell the truth. It's time to tell the truth. Our world is burning. Our lives are ending. Our communities are vulnerable. The Global South needs us more than ever. We are not here to cause any grievance, but to make you wake up. You need to act now, because the future is so unseen. We need to act now for my brothers and sisters in Haiti. We need to act now for my brothers and sisters who are refugees. We need to act now for our brothers and sisters who are in Afghanistan. We need to act now for the Ogonis in Nigeria. We need to act now for those who are losing their properties across the world, being displaced by environmental issues. Environmental calamity is an emergency. It's a climate crisis. It's now. You need to use your voice. We are not the problem. Iran also needs you. Amasi farmers need you too. We need to make sure the land bears fruit. We need to make sure, as climate activists, Iran's regime has stolen the water from the Amasi River. We need to make sure we have a lot of people in the Global South who are losing their life, who are doing what we're doing now, and their voices are being taken away. We are asking you to join us, join in the conversation. Can I ask the Tea Party to come and sit with us and serve us some tea? Thank you, humility. Humility, come and sit right next to me, because I feel quite you. Thank you. Wait, vulnerability, do you want to come and sit with me? Oh, love one.
Love a couple.
Oh, you come and sit with us. The table is open for this conversation. Let's have some crisis talk. If not, we can just meditate and pray to Mother Earth to make sure we get our solutions. Because definitely, if we don't, we get private equity instead.
Of insects, we have a problem. When we were there, it happened 3 times in the 6.5 years we were there. And that's heartbreaking when you see little children being brought in with malnutrition, and then malaria on top of that. As the rains start falling early in the rainy season, their blood count drops, the hemoglobin drops, which means that they can't get the oxygen through the body. So the heart is pumping faster and faster and faster, and they run into heart failure, and they're basically gasping for breath. So when you see that, you can't but get over the fact that what matters most is what's happening outside the hospital. And that's not just in Tanzania, that's what's happening here in Britain. Air pollution, big issue. We need to deal with it, and that's fossil fuel driven. We need to get the air pollution down. We're talking about the future shocks of famine or about crop failure. Last year, the wheat crop was down, I forget, 17% or something like that because of climate change issues. So we're going to be facing these things in the future. Flooding, etc., is going to bring climate things outside the hospital impacting our health. So that's number one. What happens outside the hospital is more important than what happens inside the hospital for our health. Absolutely fundamental. Second thing I learned in Tanzania is the inequality of it all. So when we were there in the famine season, and we talked to some people, they say, I'm off to Dar es Salaam, to the big city, to find a job because there's nothing here for me. So they were the well-off, they were the educated people. The people who were left were the people who had no education, who had no welfare, the other people. So you get this inequality on a micro level, and then we've got it across countries. I was talking to a man on the street just now from Ghana, and he talks about the rape of resources from Ghana by international mining companies, extracting the wealth and leaving destruction, environmental destruction where it is. So this health inequality that's going on, and climate is the same thing. It's going to be impacting. In Madagascar at the minute, people are facing famine because of climate change issues, and we're sitting here and we can buy beans that are flown in from all over the world. It's not okay. We need to be local. We need to be eating local good food. So that's number two. Number three, I reflect on what's going on in general practice at the minute in Britain. COVID pandemic hit us. We were a GP practice where we saw people face to face all the time. COVID hit us and the doors was closed. We were told, shut the doors, deal with everything on the phone if you can, only bring people in if you have to, and deal with it on the phone, online, or video consultation. So we've been doing that ever since. And it's not only impacting us, we're working very hard. Believe me, it's not easy trying to deliver healthcare on the telephone. It's not fun. We don't like it. We want to get back to seeing people face to face. But the knock-on ripples out. When somebody phones to me and it says, doctor, my hip is in absolute agony and I can't get my hip operation. And I'm saying, well, I've been in the meeting at the local CCG, the health authority, and they're telling us about the backup of operations. How many people are now waiting more than 52 weeks for the operations because COVID knocks on? So climate change, pandemics, which are part of the climate change issue and the environmental destruction, are causing a crisis for healthcare and will continue to do it. If we get heat waves in the future, people die in heat waves, and it'll be the vulnerable people, the people with heart disease, chest disease, etc., that will be dying in heat waves, and that will be a health crisis issue, and it will cause a backlog of problems in health delivery. So we've got the public health issue, we've got the health inequality issue, and we've got the health care crisis that's facing us. So what's going to happen about it? Did you know that the NHS has got a green plan? The greener NHS plan. Did you know? No! Well, they've got a green plan. They're going to be carbon neutral net carbon zero, should I say, by 24 for things that are under their control, and by 2045 for things that are in their supply chains and things that are not in their control. So things under their control might be the delivery system, might be the anesthetic gases that they choose to use in their hospital. Things outside their control is like where they buy their drugs from, because that's in the supply chain. So what we should say is, thank you, NHS, good idea. Don't we say that? Yay! The problem, of course, is it could be seen as another greenwashing. Because when I come to look at that plan and what it means for me in general practice, I'm trying to think, okay, how am I going to deliver this? And I'm one of the switched on GPs, yeah? I'm trying to say, well, all those puff inhalers, the beta dose inhalers, they're not good for the environment. How do I encourage patients and talk to patients and see if they could move to a dry powder inhaler instead of a puffy one? Oh, right, now how am I going to get all these people through? And I'm trying to clock that through my head. How do I do it? And I'm switched on. I'm trying to talk to the practice down the road, and they're saying, hey, mate, there's too much pandemic going on. I can't even talk about that. So we've got a bit of a problem of how we make this happen, how we work with this. And this isn't just individuals, about their life changes. We're talking about an organizational change. We're talking about government change and international change. So I'm saying to you guys, when you go back and you go into your GP practice, ask them what are they doing to deliver the NHS Green Plan. And if you go to hospital, ask them, tell me about your Green Plan and what are you doing to support it, because that would be fantastic to have this ground up challenge of organizational level. And then we're here today to say to the government, you need to keep up. You need to give us the guidance. You need to keep that green NHS plan going to make us work better. So we're here to call out the government saying, give us more resources. Turn that electricity into green electricity so the hospitals can deliver their care with green electricity. Come on, government, shape up, get us moving on. Let's change this world. Thank you very much.
Right, give it up for Dave, everyone! And give it up for yourselves for being here today. Yeah, everybody's...
I need some vulnerability.
Stop teasing. I actually like to be teased. Could you tease me a little bit?
Let's be honest to you, we're inviting everyone to the table. I've invited some of these police officers to the table because we're having this climate discussion and it's now. We need to act now because the sea levels are rising. We need to act now for our environment. We need to act now to be a public, peaceful protesting group. And it's legal for us to take to the streets. And right now, I feel quite vulnerable in this space to know that there's so many police officers, but yet we're standing on the right side of history. Would you come and join us? Extinction Rebellion is non-violent. Oh. Invited them to the table, they don't want to come to the table.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really sad. I've offered them a table, a place at the table. I've offered them the opportunity to have this conversation. We're here peacefully, and they don't like it. We're not doing anything wrong. It's a criminal offence. Okay. Are we not allowed to protest? Oh well, sometimes you need to block the highway to get people to wake up, can't you? We don't need to ask permission when we need to take to the streets. Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose street? Whose future? Whose future? Extinction! Extinction! Listen, you know what's beautiful about this? I love getting my little escorts. Look at my backup dancers. They're so cute, aren't they? Say thank you, backup dancers. And guess what? It's the most non-violent way I can speak to you. Because guess what? XR is non-violent in every way. Big up to XR ISN, big up to XR Unified, big up to all the amazing things that we're doing. You know what? I feel like having a little street party, innit? Hey, 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 hey. You can be my dancing partner if you want to. We're on this table. I'm giving him a whole VIP pass. A lot of people want to dance with me, but he doesn't want to dance with me. Can you imagine? Have you seen the state of my body? You know what? Give them some tea, man. They need some tea in their life. Humility. There's a lot of loyalty to the wrong system. They need to have the right loyalty to the right system. And some femininity. Oh, you need some femininity. Oh, I like that. Femininity. I think we need to give them some fairness, justice too. Some equality. You need some equality in your life, darling. Hey. Hey. Let's go down a bit. What do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! Hey, what do we want? Climate justice! When do we want it? Now! Hey, what do we want? Climate justice! I don't know why you're touching me, oh. If you touch me in Nigeria, you have to marry me, oh. So, you touch it, you buy it. It's that simple. So, like, if I touch you now, they'll say that's assault, innit? So, hey, what? Hey, 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 oh, hey. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. See. Hey, Black Lives Matter all day, every day, unapologetic.
We're off the bridge now, isn't it? We're off the bridge now. Where they come from? Stay back down. Off the bridge.
I think you like me a little bit. Do you? It's okay, you know. Oh, darling. I'm a little bit older. You keep touching me. You really likes me. Really likes me. Calm, guys. Can we just chill? Hey!
Extinction! Extinction! Alright, thank you everyone for our speakers so far. Let's give it up for them again. We've had people from XR Youth, we've had Jennifer, we've had Tim the lawyer, we've had Anne-Marie from the Traveller Drive to Survive, we've had Dave the doctor. Hey, that's a good one, isn't it? And now we're going to have someone from another different movement that's unifying with us here today. Please welcome Shay from the Young Communist League. Let's see what he has to say.
Hello everybody, you alright? Okay. My name is Shay. I'm here today from the Young Communist League to provide a workers' voice in the environmental movement and to support any movement at all that is challenging climate change and challenging capitalism. Climate change is the biggest issue that young people are facing at the moment, and it's out of control. With the percentage of our landmass that is unfit for human life rising to 20% by 2070, it is beyond evident that the best time to act against climate change was yesterday, but we have not been afforded that luxury. The world's governments have paid this crisis nothing but lip service, rolling over to let their capitalist benefactors in fossil fuels and agribusiness run rampant across the globe. They decimate our rainforests for farmland, they poison our air and water with waste products, they leach the very lifeblood of our planet from the ground. They set pathetic targets for emission reduction and fail to meet even those, extending their own deadlines, dragging us closer to ruin. The capitalist state, beholden as it is to the free market and its special interests, is not equipped to handle this impending catastrophe. Only complete democratic control over our industry, planning our economy against shareholder profit, against the bottom line, is capable of meeting climate change head on. To stem the tide before our cities drown, our people choke and our way of life is destroyed. We must take the power. The people leading the war against our planet, they are only people. There are more of us than there are of them, it's that simple. We cannot shy away from any tactics, any action to stem climate change. Only all of us together can do this. Only a broad movement can do this. Thank you very much for having me up.
Sorry. Hiya. Right. Thank you so much to Shay. And guys, remember again, we have the right to be here. We have a right to peacefully protest. We have a right to sit on the road for what we believe in and what we know is right. It is not extreme to be here. It is a moderate position backed by the science. Come on, guys. This is the only rational response to an emergency. Let's show some love to the caravan up there, and let's get some people. If you want to have a wander down to the van, please do. Let's go show Shamla some love. They're doing an incredible job. If you want to have a wander down to the van. Now we'd like to welcome a northern rebel. Hey, up the north. Hey! Someone a rebel all the way from Manchester. Yeah! Josh. His name's Josh. He's a bricklayer, he's from Exile, Manchester, and he's come to speak from the heart. Way to go! Yes!
Yes, my name's Josh. I'm a bricklayer from Manchester, construction worker. I'm addressing this speech to all the you rebels sat on the floor now, but also all the public who are walking past, and all the police who are listening over there. We are here today because life on Earth is dying, and we only have one chance to save it. When the global weather systems break down, we are going to lose everything. We are going to lose all the fish, all the insects, all the forests, all the trees, all the plant life. We are going to lose all the beauty and complexity of life on Earth. We are looking at nothing less than the end of life on Earth as we know it, and that's not even the worst part. Once the weather systems break down, we are going to lose our crops, our ability to grow food. Our civilization has cars, planes, computers on the internet, but none of that matters when the crops die in the fields. Crops are the foundation of our civilization, and without them there is no bread in Tesco, no chips in McDonald's, nothing to feed our livestock. When the crops fail, there will be no meat or food of any kind, and your money will be worthless. Parents with children to feed will soon start to rob, steal and murder to feed their children at any cost, and things will go from bad to worse, a total shitstorm. But I get it, you're just doing your jobs. You probably don't want to think about all this. You're probably saving up for a future, planning to have a family, or just taking care of the one you've got. But I'm telling you now, unless we make emergency changes right now, there is no future for your children, nieces or nephews, no future for my children, no future for any baby, child, teenager or young person alive today. The future they will have will include starvation, pillaging, murder and rape, just a spiralling shit show that ends in human extinction, taking all of life on Earth with us. Everything I have just said is based on a report written by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, whose job it is to write reports on the climate for the United Nations. If you have to believe the science is telling us that there is no time left and carbon emissions must decline immediately and rapidly to zero if we are to stand a chance. Why do you think normal people are potentially ready to ruin their lives and their careers by getting arrested? There's a difference between knowing the facts and feeling them. When you feel the immense loss of life on Earth, when you feel the death, suffering, the starvation of billions of people around the world, you will do whatever it takes. You cannot possibly believe that your threats of arrest are going to bother somebody who is feeling such immense loss, grief and despair. The people making these sacrifices are just normal people like you or me. They are teachers, doctors, nurses, engineers, students, mums, grandmas and construction workers like myself. We wish we didn't have to be here. We wish we didn't have to do this. But the government completely understand the science and they know where it leads. They are continuing to invest in fossil fuels, which is a crime against humanity. So they are leaving us with no choice than to rebel. One day when I look back, I will have no regrets because I stood up for a cause that was way bigger than myself. In the not too distant future, when your kids are fighting for their lives, trying to defend what little food they have, you will look back and remember these days, when we still had a chance to save it. You'll wish you could have come back and tried everything within your power, and at least tried to save it. So take action now, for the children, and every living thing on this planet.
Thank you, Josh. Give it up for Josh, everyone. Woo! And let's give it up for our regional rebels. Everyone, please come in from outside of London. Let's give it up for XR Manchester. Yes, let's give it up.
I stand with Black Lives Matter. I stand with Afghanistan Lives Matter. I stand with the traveller and Roma life. I stand with every refugee. Say it loud, say it clear.
Refugees are welcome here.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Refugees are welcome here.
Refugees are welcome here.
Refugees are welcome here.
Say it loud, say it clear.
Refugees are welcome here.
So when we say that, the environmental catastrophe that we're facing is displacing a lot of people. Priti Patel and a new bill means that even the boats that these people, she's spending over maybe 300 plus million to stop refugees from coming into this country. Can that not be put into resources to do better for the environment, to make sure these people don't have to come to this country? Do you think I want to come from Nigeria here? When people tell me to go back to where I came from, I will go. I will take every fucking thing I brought too. Just leave the fossil fuel in the ground and stop burning the oil, and me and you are cool. That's it. It's not that complicated. It isn't, is it? What do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. And when we talk about kill the bill, we don't talk about killing the bill. We talk about killing the police and crime sentencing bill and any other bill that is oppressive to the people's voice and the democratic right. The immigration bill is actually a quite racist bill. When you think about the international operation bill, another racist bill. When you think about the stop and search bill, another racist bill. But the one that affects XR and someone like me who's part of Black Lives Matter, by the way, I know that surprised you. I'm not XR, yeah? I'm here because this is my sister, and we're part of this movement. We're building movements of movement. You created the police and crime sentencing bill, thinking that was gonna get us not to talk to each other. And guess what you got? You got the enemy of my enemy to become my friend. So welcome. I love you, Extinction Rebellion. You got big, clear energy. We love that. It's not about no big dick energy. We're talking about big, clear energy because women in Extinction Rebellion are doing some amazing things. And no offense to the men or the non-binaries, I just want you to know, women are the front of a lot of this movement. But women in the global south are going through so much and going to be the first. Women and children are going to be the first hit by climate crisis. And that's why it's important for us to paint the picture exactly what it is. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? I want to do a little kill the bill one. Can we do that? I've explained to you what kill the bill is, and XR, I need you to jump on this kill the bill move, because the bill was created against XR and BLM. That's why the bill was created, to take your democratic right from being able to protest. Imagine the bill is going to be passed in maybe another 2 weeks. The police are already moving like that. Guess what I found this week? I saw white people experiencing how police treat black people this week. How did that make you feel, actually?
Disgusted. Fucking stressed.
Fucking stressed. Let me go to someone else. How did you feel? Did you get stopped? Did you get arrested?
Yeah.
How did that make you feel?
Oppressed.
Oppressed. Police, are you listening? I know you think you're doing your job, but we have our democratic rights to protest. We don't want to protest. Create an equitable society and we won't protest. So when we say kill the bill, I need you to understand what we mean. How does it feel to know friends of yours were attacked, treated brutally while you protest?
Rage.
Okay. How did it make you feel to see the way the police treated some of the people around you?
Angry.
Okay, I guess this is not any of the reactions you guys wanted, right? Okay, anyway, let's go back. I saw this beautiful specimen get arrested the other day for standing for women's liberation. How did it make you feel, the way they carried you off and how they treated the other women?
Absolutely fucking disgusted.
Absolutely fucking disgusted. We're beyond fucked, man. So imagine the bill hasn't passed and they're acting like this. Can you imagine when the bill is passed? Guys, I'm going to say in front of the police, if the bill passes, it's going to be ungovernable. Because the people united will never be defeated. 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 Kill the bill!
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 Please, before anybody calls me a terrorist now, police, I'm not saying they should kill you. Before you come and say Marvina, aggravated terrorist or activist, whatever that is. We are here to take to the table and have crisis conversation. We're here with our democratic rights for as long as we have it. Everyone can change, including to you, Popo. So when I say Popo, that means police.
Yes.
I hope you understand that. For those, yeah, you understand? Yes, my brother. See, we're part of one human race. The only difference between me and you is that I've got melanin in my skin. And I was born in Nigeria, beautiful place. I know they keep saying, you know what, Africa is a shithole country. Let me tell you, Africa was not shithole. They came, they pillaged, they raped, they stole. They also have all our artifacts in the museum most people go to. You need to decolonize your mindsets. Decolonize! Decolonize! We don't want your blood money! Wanna save the world, honey! We don't want your blood money! Wanna save the world, honey! Okay, I'm coming to vulnerability. Hi. How you doing?
I'm very upset. I'm feeling very fragile. There's a lot of fragility in the world. The global south is suffering already from climate change. Madagascar is already in climate drought. Namibia is at 1.7 degrees C of warming. They have no water, they have no food. They're hurtling towards 2 degrees C, and people in this country don't know because the media and the government doesn't tell the truth. So I serve up fragility. I want you all to know about the people in the global south who are suffering now. The seas are rising. Floods are coming to South Pacific Islands, to Indonesia and to Bangladesh. They're coming to Cardiff, they're coming to our very own country. And we need to wake up to climate catastrophes, weather catastrophes that are coming now. We've had evidence of them this year. And we need to streets. Get on the streets. Forget about the policing bill. We've got 3 weeks. 3 weeks before that bill goes to the Lords, and everybody's got to get up and stand up and come together to support Extinction Rebellion, to support Black Lives Matter in their fight for the climate emergency, the climate and ecological emergency.
Can we give us some love? That's a lot of vulnerability there. Ooh, I'm thinking deniability.
Just complicity. It's the complicity of our government for not actually taking action. They talk a pretty talk, but they don't really do what needs to be done. And what we need is to act now. We can have a better future. A future that's cleaner, a future that's more equitable. But we have to act now. If we don't act now, we will seal our fate and seal the fate of so many species around the world. It is time to act now and decarbonise. No more pledges, let's have actions.
I'm loving that, I'm loving that. What other Tea Party wants to tell me what they're doing? Ooh. Ooh. We're having a tea party and we are inviting you to the table a lot of them are coming now. I'm feeling a little bit vulnerable. Hello, do you want tea? You sure? You can make eye contact. My eyes don't do anything to you, you know? I know I should be a little bit scared, innit? Of what? Fear is just false evidence appearing real. I ain't got time for that. I got a lot of love though. I got a lot of love. And my love is what keeps us going. Can you imagine the money they have to do all this, but they can't do anything about the environment? Does it even make sense? Does it make sense? So let me say something to you. Being a Nigerian is beautiful. If I die, I want to come back Nigerian. Hello, Provo, do you want some tea? Coffee? No tea? You can look at me, you know. I can see one of my sisters. Do you know what's also funny? During these protests, do you know what's really great? What people do? They bring all the ethnic minorities police officers around only when we are protesting to show that they have diversity. I think all the diversity in this country turns up to any black protest or any protest that they know a black person is leading. But whatever the case is, what do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Power to the people. The people got the power. Tell me, can you hear it? Getting stronger by the hour. Power. People. Power. People.
Mistake. Political power in Britain does not reside in our parliament. It doesn't reside in Downing Street. The real power lies with 4 offshore media billionaires who have hijacked our democracy. And you don't hear anybody talking about them because they're all terrified. And that is why Extinction Rebellion is not terrified. And I want to give a shout out to the brave rebels at Broxbourne and Liverpool who blockaded the real power in Britain. Murdoch, Rothermere, Berkeley, and the second Murdoch. Remember those names. The 2 Murdochs, Rothermere and Berkeley. And if you don't believe me, take the words of Dominic Cummings.
Is our Prime Minister and our Parliament listening to us?
Yes, he is! Yes!
Are they listening to us? No, they're not. Dominic Cummings told us in black and white, Boris Johnson pays 1,000% more attention to what the leaders of the papers are saying rather than to what the scientists are saying. And that's the real reason why action isn't taking place despite the people. The people support climate action and our government is blocking it because our masters are telling them not to. The real political happening over the last 2 months happened not in Downing Street, but in the papers of the Telegraph and the Daily Mail and the Sun. They told Boris very clearly, in black and white, go and read if you want to. They said if you implement the green measures you promised for COP, all hell will break. That has to be promised not to be fulfilled. And they sent a warning across his boat. And if Boris tries to implement the green agenda, the pathetic green agenda he's trying to do, they'll replace him with Sunak, Rishi Sunak. Because that's what they did in Australia. When the right-wing Prime Minister of Australia tried to introduce climate action, Rupert Murdoch said no. And in 9 days he kicked him out and put in another right-wing Prime Minister who said coal. So let me go to the second pillar. I've talked about the media pillar, let's talk about the financial pillar, the banking pillar. This is so important. This is bigger than flying, than driving, than meat. All really important that we need to tackle. The carbon emissions of the City of London are nearly twice the entire carbon emissions of the United Kingdom. Let me repeat that. The carbon emissions of the banks in the Corporation of London emit twice what every single car and meat eater and home emits in the United Kingdom. Why? Because they are funding a huge amount of the oil, gas and coal fields around the world. So when the papers owned by the billionaires say China, 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 no, my friends, yes, there is a problem with China. We have to tackle China. And it's a good idea to have a demonstration at the Chinese embassy. It's a good idea to put carbon tax on China. But let's not forget, the United Kingdom may have 2% of the global emissions in here. But globally, we're a huge part of the fossil fuel economy. Over 50%. Thank you. Britain for 100 years has been the centre of the oil industry globally. A centre of the banking of the fossil fuel industry globally. We're a centre of the insurance of the fossil fuel globally. And we're a centre of the marketing. We have a huge responsibility for the damage on this planet. So I want to finish by something action and a rebel that you can do. How many people here have moved their bank account away from the oil banks? Real action in your life. How many people here the people that they work for, their business, have they moved their bank account? One. How many people here are involved in charity? Has their bank account moved away from the oil companies? One, thank you. How many people here live in a local council? Has your local council moved their bank account? How many people here are from university students? Thank you. Has your university student union moved your bank account from Barclays? Has your university kicked out Barclays and Santander and Lloyds and HSBC off your campuses? Remember the peaceful nonviolent direct action of the 70s started acting when the students kicked Barclays out of their campuses. They targeted apartheid. We have power, the power of our money. Let's get the banks out of our homes, out of our councils, out of universities, and out of Britain. Close them down on their fund climate saving. If they change, and remember the prize, I'll leave you with this. A prize of $5 trillion. imagine, I can't even imagine what that is. But the banks and oil corporations are planning $5 trillion to be invested in new fossil fuels in the next decade. That's a suicide note for humanity and what's left of nature. Please. I mean that. That's not rhetoric. It's a suicide note for you, for me, for the police, their kids, and for nature. We can persuade those banks to move that $5 trillion from destroying us to saving us. Imagine $5 trillion invested in renewable energy, cycle lanes, green homes, etc., etc., plant-based economy. Yes, we can do it. Thank you so much from my heart.
Let's give it up for Donica! Woo! Thank you, Donica, for that reminder of the global picture, of the disproportionate impact that such a small nation, Britain, plays in the global fossil fuel economy, and also for the local picture of what we can do in our lives, changing our banks, changing our councils' banks, changing our businesses' banks to help that. Let's give it up again for all of our speakers so far. We are Extinction Rebellion! Extinction! 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 We are a non-violent civil disobedience protest based on love, and we are staying here all night! Yes! We're going to take a little break from speeches now, just for some of those powerful words to sink in, and we're going to listen to a couple of songs on this amazing boombox that have been recommended to us by Chris Peckham. So everyone, get your boogie on and let's have a little dance.
Happy to do an interview?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah? I'm going to do a circuit. Sorry?
I probably won't, but I'll
Okay. I'll come to you.
What do I have to say? Okay.
XR Live. Happy to do an interview?
Hello. We're just heading towards Tower Bridge at the moment. Just heading towards Tower Bridge and just seeing how far we can go now. So the bridge itself is blocked by a caravan, which last I saw was rapidly being painted pink. And we have protesters here, line of police van. So I don't think we're going to be able to get back over that bridge right now. Hi, would you be interested in saying a few words to the camera? Yeah? Hi, so yeah, describe what's going on.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I've lost my name.
Oh, that's okay, no worries, no worries. Do you want to say a few words to the camera?
It's not very good.
You want to? I'm live, so okay, that's fine. Okay, so we've got the Samba here, taking a little break. Anybody want to talk to camera at all? Anyone want to say a few words? Just going to wander in, see how far we can go. So I don't know if you can see through the police car. Lots of police on the other side of there. Going to say a few words to camera about what's going on here. Lots of people not willing to speak to the camera. Let's have a look here. So we've got the iconic Tower Bridge in the background there. And large swathe of police ready there, not quite sure what they're planning next. Can I ask what's the group of police behind you doing?
Sorry?
What's the group of police behind you doing?
I think they're going to take over from us eventually, but we don't know.
Okay, so is it just a shift change or are they moving in?
Oh, yeah.
They're not quite sure, but there is a big crowd of police just over there. Could be shift change. I'm going to wander back. I've got a few tunes being played. Just had lots and lots of speeches. And today there seem to be like 3 areas that have got plenty of people at them. One around the blue van. And we've got the bridge itself, which is being cleared apart from those locked on at the moment. And then we also have the this crossroads here. There's a surveillance camera over there. And just coming back into the area where the speeches are. Does anybody want to talk to camera for me? Fantastic, I've just found some. Hello. Yeah, so tell us why you've come down, describe what's going on.
Well, we've come down just because we're really scared of the climate emergency. We're desperate to see change from our government. Like, we know everybody can do individual action, but it only goes so far, and we need legislative change, carbon taxes, ending fossil fuel investments from the government and the banks. And yeah, it's actually really a lovely atmosphere. It gives you hope when you come to an action like this. So yeah.
So could you tell us what's going on in the different areas? I can see like Tower Bridge has got something on it.
Yeah, Tower Bridge currently has some people blocking it with the caravan. Not everybody, like actually only a minority of people in Extinction Rebellion actually get arrested. So the majority of us, it's kind of made possible to just hang out here, talk to the public, do some outreach and relax. But that is made possible by some of the blockades that are happening on Tower Bridge now. Yeah.
So if people are watching this, what would you like to say to them? We've got another few days of action, I think.
Yeah, we've got another few days of action. So if you are interested in joining, check out on any social media stuff. So Instagram has Extinction Rebellion London, on Facebook as well. But also, like, it goes on, you know, this is just kind of the beginning. We're not going anywhere. So sign up online with Extinction Rebellion on their website. And it's the only thing, for me, it's the only thing that really gives me any hope. You can feel really hopeless and really isolated in your climate grief. And so coming and meeting people who also really care is the best thing. Yeah.
Anything else you want to add?
No, just that my favourite quote is "Hope starts with action," and that's what brought me here to do that. So,
thank you so much. Thank you.
Take care.
Heading into this crossroads. So here we are on the crossroads. People are just taking a break from the speeches. There's been lots of people sitting around having their tea party with their picnics. And then I was just going to take a wander down towards the blue van and see what's going on there. We've got children's art and craft projects going on.
Do you want me to say anything in particular? Sorry? A message from you on there, or just
you can do that. Very happy.
Extinction Rebellion at Tower Bridge. We're going to talk to this gentleman who's agreed to speak to us. For the benefit of the viewers, could you introduce yourself?
Yes, certainly. My name's Brother Alistair. I'm the parish priest in Weymouth, in Dorset. Weymouth, my parish is part of a UNESCO World Heritage Site, Chesil Beach. Okay, and it's in peril of serious flooding. as a result of sea level rises and climate change and climate crisis. And so I'm here today to make my draw a line in the sand. I read the IPCC report. COP26 is coming up, and we've not seen action. And it's time for the government to act.
So your motivation is that it's really affecting you personally?
Yeah, it affected my veg patch. So heavy storms in April removed all the blossom from my trees. It killed all my seeds that I planted, and as a result of it, I grow my own vegetables and live by them, and so I have physically been affected by the effects of climate change already, with ferocious storms hitting the south coast of Britain this year.
It's really interesting because the paper's trying to make it as some sort of far off thing that may or may not happen, and you talking about this as something that's personally affected you really rings true.
Well, when you have to plant your broad beans 3 times in a year, it's clearly affecting you, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's not just affecting me. I've got a brother in my order. He's in New Orleans today, right now. He's remained in his area in New Orleans because people with Alzheimer's disease cannot move, and so he has moved them into his house to try and protect them. And so can you imagine how terrified you would be where you are in a Category 4 hurricane? And, this is the same. Other people I know who are in Western America who've had their homes burned down. And so this is a present reality that we're facing now, and we cannot continue to be inactive. The government needs to act now, and COP26 is the time when they need to act.
So, as I can see, you're a practicing Christian.
Yes, I am, yeah.
I mean, what's your take on Christianity and its relationship to all of this, and how we should sort of exercise some sort of compassion and care about the world?
Well, as a Christian, I believe in the creation, that God has made everything, not just me as a human being, not just for heaven, that God has created everything, and everything is sacred. Everything in this that exists is sacred, and so therefore, as human beings, we must exercise our God-given being to speak up and speak out for the creation.
The only problem with what you said is it's such a hard act to follow. Someone's going to have to speak after this, and what you said was so profound. I think they're going to really struggle.
Well, may the God give you peace, and I'm sure God will give people the words.
Honestly, you've just blown me away. I mean, there's nothing that I can add to that. You've absolutely blown me away. I know that you came with a sister earlier on. Oh, she's not far away at all. She's not far away at all.
Nothing much.
I was just saying that that's going to be a really tough act to follow.
You do a better job than me.
I doubt it.
Yeah, just share a little about why you're here, your concerns, and where you hope this will all go.
Oh, crumbs. Well, why I'm here really started a couple of years ago. Well, no, actually, it started with the pet wood lice on the patio at home started with the pet wood lice on the patio at home when I was about 3. That was the start of my love of the natural world, which was fostered by my mum. And then I got married to someone who's an ecological contractor, so work for us looks like rescuing endangered habitat. And then a couple of years ago, I hit a point that was desperation, not frustration, where suddenly signing petitions and writing to my MP wasn't enough anymore, and I became aware of Christian Climate Action and Extinction Rebellion. So I came up to London to...
Sorry to interject. You mentioned there something I really want to pick up on. You talked about a feeling of desperation, and that's something that really rings true amongst so many rebels. And I think in many ways hearing a woman of the cloth say she feels that way will encourage people.
The desperation is huge. There's a banner I've seen around somewhere here today that says extinction is forever, and it's got a picture of all those animals on that we love, lions and tigers and elephants and things like that. And the idea that just one day, because of the things that we are doing as human beings, that those might not be there anymore, that's just too big. And for me, there's it sounds a bit silly, but I've got a bit of a thing about conkers. You know, I love picking conkers up in autumn. And a couple of years ago, conker trees went onto the list of 200 endangered European species. So I have that thought in the back of my mind that maybe one day I'll have grandchildren. And maybe I will have to explain to them the joy of picking up a conker and holding it in your hand, that glorious kind of shiny, almost wetness. But I'll have to tell them about it because they won't be any there anymore for them to do. And that, you know, I'm tearing up as I'm thinking about it because it's just so wrong. And that's part of where the desperation comes from, and that's part of why I'm here. So, taking action. I've got to the place where, yeah, I will sit in the street and get in the way. I will inconvenience people. I know it inconveniences them. But the day that the lights go out and the conker trees are no more and the elephants die, the inconvenience is going to be so much greater. You know, when we're all fighting for land to grow food, when we're fighting because there's not enough water, we just don't want to see that. None of us want to see that happen. So I'm out here on the street inconveniencing people. I talk to people in as many churches as I can possibly get to, and people are starting to listen. So the next few weekends, I'm at other people's churches, telling Christian activists, telling them about the things they can do, whether they're prepared to get out on the street like I do, or whether they want to stay at home and do it slightly more peacefully. There's something everybody can do. There's somewhere that everywhere fits. I believe that there is a God who is a creator, who made this wonderful place for all of us, made it and gave it to us with a responsibility for it. We're part of it. You know, I'm a Franciscan, and Francis talked about all of creation as brother and sister. You know, brother sun, sister moon, sister water, brother fire. We're part of it, but God also gave us a responsibility for it. And what I see at the moment is that humanity in general and the are doing about this, take it seriously. For me, care of creation is part of the expression of my Christian faith. I am absolutely passionate about that, and I will bore the socks off anybody who wants to listen to me talk about it. But what we can't do is do nothing. Everybody has somewhere that they fit within this. Everybody's got a part to play. Everybody has something to do. Pray about it, talk about it, get out here, act. We've all got a part to play. Whatever your part is, please find it and do it.
Thank you so much. I can honestly say, after speaking to both of you, my heart genuinely feels full. You have so much love, and thank you so much for sharing it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sister there just sharing her perspective from the church. Honestly, that was absolutely beautiful. It really was. We've got a few other people that want to say a few bits. This lady who looks absolutely fantastic wanted to say a few words. I know you're dancing, you're trying to dance, you've got a bad leg. You are now live on Extinction Rebellion UK. So that means that if you say anything wrong, there are no second chances. I know. I know. Talk to me.
Big on the dancers.
Talk to me a little about why you're here, your concerns.
I feel like we just got to do something. We need to hold people responsible as individuals and as organisations. And it's just great to be surrounded by people who share the same sort of beliefs, who want to take action. So yeah, that's why I'm here. It's a really great atmosphere, some really great people.
Yeah, it's interesting. You say it's a really great people. That's very different to the image that much of the media would like to portray.
I haven't really seen much in the media. What I have seen has been quite positive, but I've been surprised by how little I have seen in the media, considering, because I've been quite involved with parts of it, how much I know is going on and how little is being reported. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, this is a concern that's been addressed by quite a few quarters in Extinction Rebellion. The fact that the papers are choosing not to cover such a huge issue.
Huge issue. Yeah, and I thought it was really important that we started at News UK this morning to make that point really clear. Because it needs to be reported. People need to know what's happening.
Thank you ever so much. I can just see in the back of my shot, it looks like there was some arrests being made by police.
So I'm here just off Tower Bridge, and the Samba band have locked on to a post. There are many of them, all locked to the same post. Let's see what they've got to say. Hello. So yeah, what's going on?
We've locked on by Tower Bridge. Protest of the way that our government and big businesses are dealing with the climate crisis. They're just not acting fast enough at all, and the only way to make people notice is to do civil disobedient acts like this. It's causing disruption, and lots of people won't be happy with that, but otherwise we don't get the attention of the media and of people, and people just need to listen right now. Like, we haven't got time. The government has currently pledged to reduce to zero emissions by 2050, which is way too late. We have 3 or 4 years to make the changes necessary if we're going to avoid catastrophic consequences.
And so you're all locked on here. Police have just arrived. There was quite a few police have just walked through this centre. Yeah, do you want to say why you're here?
Well, we've got to get the government to act now, act immediately. We've got 4 years, they say, the IPCC says we've only got 4 years now to really make a difference. We're already missing our target for 2030 for CO2 emissions. I think we're supposed to be getting 68% reduction by 2030, and we're only on target to get back 24%, I think it is. But even that is far too late to get to zero by 2050. So, this is the only way we feel we can get a voice heard and get some changes quick.
Is there any reason why, madam?
Yeah, do you want to tell us what's going on?
Well, we're in open rebellion, Extinction Rebellion and XR Sandler. We're in open rebellion against this government for its complete lack of action and its inaction against what's happening with the climate crisis. We've all seen on the news the floods, the fires, and the United Kingdom is behind a lot of the carbon emissions because of the way they invest in fossil fuels. Our government invests a lot of money in fossil fuels all around the world, and so we are completely culpable in this crisis that's happening now, and we need to act. Our government needs to act now before it's too late.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I'll just show you this. This is quite about 8 different samba players. They've all managed to lock to a post here in the middle of the road just off Tower Bridge. The police are just moving up to, we've got the Tower Bridge is now completely blocked by police.
Hello, man.
So I'm just getting asked to move at the moment, so just going to make my way towards the crowd here, which has now got a circle of police fluorescent jackets around it. They've moved in from Tower Bridge towards this crossroads, asking people to move on. And we have the white surveillance van over here.
Right now, what we have to do, I believe, these times are historical times.
Police moving in.
The most important
Starting to arrest.
human history. When we are capable of achieving
So they are starting to arrest at this crossroads. So quite large numbers have moved in. Not quite sure which way they're moving. The speeches are still going on. Let's see if I can make my way around to the speeches. Just seen that there was a lock on here onto a bike. Stop the harm written across the lock-on. Just making my way around to the speakers.
Extinction! 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 It is your right to protest! It is your right to remain silent! It is your right to sit down in the road! And it is your right to go on a march! The impossible rebellion will continue until this government meet our demands! Make some noise for yourself, Extinction Rebellion! We are a non-violent civil disobedience movement. And what we're doing right here is beautiful. This is how we win. Extinction! 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 So in a second right now, we're going to go on a march in that direction.
I'm going to ask them to sit down. We're happy to do that. At the moment, we've got some type of permanent stop here. I talk to your side then.
Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Rebellion! Extinction! Extinction!
Hello, Brian. Put up.
Streets!
Tell me what's going on.
Well, we're just moving away from this junction by Tower Bridge. We're going to start a march over there. The police are moving us, but we are not going to be intimidated. We will do our own thing, and we're marching over there.
Thank you.
No comment. Okay, well, anything I can say to move from the highway and stop obstructing the highway. And stop obstructing the highway. Okay, so in that case, you're under obstructing the highway. Whoa!
Several protesters have glued on to the centre of the road at the crossroads.
Give us some space, please. Thank you.
It's being moved back a bit.
As you can see, the sister we interviewed earlier on is just being arrested. It's actually a really upsetting thing to see. And she's so calm, but I can tell you that I'm not. It's just such a gut-wrenchingly hard, difficult thing to see. She's such a beautiful soul, and the fact that the establishment is doing this to her is just so painful to watch. And she's dealing with the whole thing with so much dignity, and she's just so poised. Honestly, I'm actually really shaken at the moment. Just seeing her be arrested in this fashion. And the fact that we spoke to her earlier on. Is she allowed to say a few words? Is that okay?
No.
She's not allowed to speak?
She's under arrest, sir, so all of her rights have been taken away from her, you understand?
So she's not allowed to... Does being an arrest mean she can't speak? I didn't realise that was a legal thing. I thought that she had the right to remain silent, but not the obligation.
So this is her choice.
Okay, so she can speak if she wants to, right? I can't hear you.
I chose not to move and they've arrested me, but at least it means that I'm making my point. I'm telling the world, if it cares to be looking, that I care about this planet, I care about the world more than I care about my personal safety, and my desperation would not let me walk away. I couldn't walk away, so this is where I am.
So just make sure you don't get too close whilst
Can you tell me where I'm allowed to be with that?
If you just stand a little bit
I'm
back,
standing here, I'm not getting in your way. I just think that she's a lady of the cloth getting arrested. It's important that we cover this as journalists.
So many followers of Jesus throughout history have done this. You know, his original disciples, almost all of them were arrested and suffered the force of the law because of what they believed, because they wouldn't shut up about their faith. So They wouldn't stop talking about the truth. And the truth is that we're destroying this planet. We can't carry on doing it. And that for me as a Christian, what I'm doing here is part of the expression of my Christian faith. And so be it. Amen.
Amen indeed. I think that's absolutely beautiful. You seem unshaken. I feel very shaken watching you get arrested.
No idea what's going on inside right now.
You're not unshaken.
Not unshaken. Sorry, man. I'm going to go to the bag.
Do you want to wear it?
I'll put the mask on. Please, can I hold on to the cross?
It's going to be taken away from you in custody.
Can I just hold it for now?
So those watching, she's just asking if she can hold on to a cross.
It has to go inside the bag, I'm afraid.
When we get to custody, what we can do is we can speak to the sergeant there and ask if it's okay for you to take it in.
For now,
That's all.
don't worry, it's going to stay in there.
It will stay with all your property.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll make sure we keep it safe.
As you can see, she asked to hold on to a cross, and the police didn't allow that.
Just let them know that I've also said that we'll speak to the sergeant to make sure that everything's okay.
No, look, I want to be fair.
That's
If you
all.
want to, feel free to say what you want to say.
I'm just saying, just make sure you get the whole story.
No,
okay?
no, you can say your piece. Honestly,
That's all I've got
I'm
to
here
say.
to represent the truth.
That's all I've got to say.
Sure, absolutely. The sister who we interviewed earlier, just being led away in police handcuffs. She did ask if she could hold on to her cross, and they didn't let her. I don't really know what to say to that. I'm now in between two police cordons, I think. There you see, lots of police. I'm in between two police cordons. I'm going back to the protest that was blocking the road at Tower Hill. We've got the brother, the friar who we interviewed earlier. Okay to film, is that okay? He's here.
Pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death.
You just saw the brother there who we interviewed earlier saying a prayer on his knees in the middle of, a few hundred yards away from Tower Bridge. As you can see, distance of your picture. Hey, how you doing?
Good, yeah.
You good? As you can see, a lady on the floor just being arrested. We're going to cut now to another interview.
Hi, I'm Marion. I'm here at near Tower Bridge, just out of Tower Bridge, and the sound you can hear in the background is the Samba band just being driven away by the police. Just now I was taking photographs and I just saw a whole pile of police come in and they literally chased the Samba band off the road. They've been arresting people, dragging them off. It's a really sorry sight. But there's been a great spirit here today. So many people came, and it's been great to see. And but it looks like now that we've been cleared away. So maybe the end, I don't know. Anything can happen, anything, you know, the impossible can happen. We may be back.
Thank you.
We're gonna change it all. We're heading towards extinction, but we're gonna rebel. We need you to wake up. Either fight for Earth or get ready for hell. And the temperature gets higher and gets higher each and every day. And those who are most innocent will be the first to pay. So when your kids look into your eyes, what are you gonna say? Extinction rebellion. We will fight for survival. We will find your inaction. We will find your denial. We wanna hear about it. Every climate expert has something to say. Everyone knows about it, but they all keep pretending everything's still okay. And the oceans keep on rising and keep rising, but so do we. So either we rebel or we all drown in the sea. So when your kids look into your eyes, what are they gonna see? Extinction rebellion. We will fight for survival. We will find your...
At Tower Bridge, we've got a lady who's being arrested. We've got these police officers who, in all fairness to them, are actually really nice guys. They've been very accommodating. You can smile, guys. And they're even they're even okay for us to interview and say, for this lady to say a few words.
Yes, so I came here today. I believe it's Royal Mint. It's right. It's the mint of where all the money is kept. It's where all the decisions are made, and the effect that it has on fossil fuels is just incredible. It's immense, and it's something that is so close to my heart. I just felt I couldn't leave. I just lay on the ground, and I just suddenly just felt so stubborn and couldn't move. I've been supporting this cause on and off all my life, but especially for the last 3 years since I met Gail Bradbrook and Extinction Rebellion. Basically, it is an impossible rebellion. We have $102 billion spent by fossil fuel companies to put out the message that climate change isn't real.
You can walk and talk.
And that is a crime. That is a crime. I'm not going to walk.
You can walk and talk to him. I don't mind. That's a compromise. That's a compromise, Jane.
Come on.
He's talking to you now.
No, I'm not walking.
It's got to be easier. Oh,
can we skip?
Skip. When you.
So this lady has decided to not walk while she's been arrested. I'm not sure if you could hear in your sound. She was asked by the police to walk, and she's decided not to. She's just cut her interview short to lie down. Oh, she's back up.
This is the biggest thing we've ever faced. There's nothing else I can possibly have. There are already millions and millions of people that are suffering all over the world. Most of the refugees are climate refugees. We are one family, one unit of people. We all need to stand up and protect our home planet. This is the only planet we have. I don't feel I have any other choice but to lie down here and to take these. Sorry guys, but I'm going to get really. I'm not going to help you at all. I'm so sorry.
We're going to help you. I understand the point you're making, and I also understand the reasons why you're not here to help me, and I will help us. So obviously I'm going to try and look after you as best I can. But at the end of the day,
It's not
you
personal.
do. No, that's fine. Jane. Anyway, the issue is obviously I need to take to the police station. So you're
So,
gonna be picked.
we're one unit, we're one people.
All right, let's
we're
go.
working together. Let's.
Right, 2 seconds. One lady. Just here to the right, on the corner.
As you can see, that lady decided to lie down and be arrested as opposed to walk to the police van. She's sort of lying limp in order to make a point and her protest. It's a hard thing to watch this. It's really, really difficult. It's so emotional. Whilst we've been streaming that lady getting arrested, there have been countless other arrests happening behind me, which I couldn't stream. We managed to get that one, and the arrest of the lady vicar earlier on as well. I don't know how many others there have been. I could see some from the corner of my eye. The scene that you can see in front of you is the police having cordoned off protesters in the street, a few hundred yards away from Tower Hill. There are still protesters inside that police cordon, and looks as though they're happy to get arrested. Try to move closer so you get a better view. We've been told that we can't actually step off the pavement for fear of arrest. So I'm just standing on the edge of the pavement. I'm not sure if you can see, there are 2 rebels lying in the street who are about to get arrested just in the middle of your picture. 3 sitting in the street who also look as though they're willing to get arrested. Then this afternoon, I could become somewhat somber. The police are here in big numbers. They're pretty heavy-handed. Although they seem to be pretty understanding whilst being arrested, whilst doing the arrests. I'm not sure if that's because that's their position or whether they are being nicer because there's a camera in their face recording them. I'm not find somebody. Anybody? Extinction Rebellion Live. Any say a few words? No, yeah, no, yeah. Anybody? Extinction Rebellion.
You have to problem as to which subject.
Extinction Rebellion Live. What's going on here today? What's happened? And your thoughts on it? Happy with that? You can mull it over. I can come back to you. You want to? You're on. You're live.
Here we are on Bank Monday in the city of London, where more carbon dioxide is produced from the investments of the banks and corporate industry than is actually the amount of carbon dioxide which is produced in the whole of the UK. So Extinction Rebellion is on the streets, and the force, I think they have noticed people as we have on the streets, because I think they want to increase their budget. Anyway, what do you have to say?
What do I have to say? I've just been extraordinarily moved by watching the arrests. It was really hard to watch. I saw a lady vicar get arrested, which was really difficult to see, and she managed to be arrested with such poise and grace. She did the church proud, I think, and thank you for your interview. As I said, we are a few hundred yards away from Tower Hill. There are, I think, about half a dozen rebels in the street being arrested. The protest has been largely dispersed, and the police are making their final arrests. Over in the distance, you can see Tower Hill. There was today, well, earlier on today, a caravan that turned up there and was painted pink. In the distance, I can just see. It looks like some rebels who have got some warming foil around them, and I presume that they're getting arrested. Let's see if we can go over and have a quick chat with them. Let's see how close we can get. You're right, guys. Am I okay to film? Is that okay? Thank you. Guys, XR Live. What do you guys want to say? Is that okay?
We're just locked on.
It's all right.
We're locked on here.
You're locked on?
We're locked on, yeah.
Can you stop for a sec?
There's someone else on.
Go for it. What do you want to say?
So we're just locked on here. We're protesting the way that the government and
to move back? You have to speak a bit louder because they've asked me to step back.
Protesting the way that the government and big businesses are dealing with the climate crisis. They need to act now if we're going to avoid catastrophic calamities.
I'm just reporting. Is that okay?
Yep.
I'm not interfering with anything that you're doing.
We're in open rebellion against the corrupt government whose inaction is causing major problems with the climate crisis. We don't want to be here. I've got grandchildren. I'm concerned for their futures as well as my own and everyone else's families. There's been so many disasters this year, as everyone knows. It's all been on the news. Well, half of it's been on the news. It's just, we've got to do something. We can't carry on the way we are with business as usual. Things have to change, or we're all doomed, quite frankly, including you police officers who are complicit in helping a corrupt government. You're on the wrong side, guys. You're on the wrong side. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wants to say a few words?
Well, I would just say that the first role of the government is to protect its citizens, and that's not what they're doing.
I've been told that I can report. Is that okay?
I'm here delocked to a street sign because the climate is in crisis. The government is acting.
Would you like to move on now, Carl? I've given you long enough now to. I know you're recording and reporting, but we need to do a job as well. And at the moment,
I'm not really interfering with what you're doing.
Yeah, at the moment you are, yeah. Because we're trying to
You are because you're telling the truth. They don't want you telling the truth.
If you could, I appreciate if you could step back. It'd be really appreciated.
How far should I step?
Off the road would be great.
Okay. All right, guys. Final message.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Act with love.
Act now. Tell the truth.
Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated.
So, as you can see, I was asked to step off the road. I don't see why I was asked to step off the road, but I was. Those brave rebels are a few hundred yards away from Tower Bridge, and they've locked on to a sort of metal railing in the middle of the road. The police, I presume, will try to free them so they can reopen the bridge. As you can see, the bridge in the distance, it's all blocked off as a result of the Extinction Rebellion protest. as well as this lock-on, there was a caravan that blocked the bridge earlier on. There was also a blue truck that blocked the road. In fact, I don't think you can see the blue truck. It's right in the distance. It's actually still there. And there are two rebels locked on who are sitting on top of the truck. And previously there were two in the back and two in the driver's seat. I'm not sure what the situation is. The truck is definitely still there. I think we'll keep these brave rebels who have locked on to the metal bollard in the middle of our screens. The police numbers are, they are, somebody said there were two policemen to every rebel earlier on. The numbers are far higher now, given that most of the rebels have dispersed. I can see on my screen, well, as you can see, there seems to be a gathering of rebels somewhere. I personally am nowhere near that gathering. I'm still at Tower Hill. I'm not sure if you've got a reporter there. So we're just going to cut across from Tower Hill, where we can see these brave rebels locked on, to an interview.
Hi, we're here by Tower Bridge. We've just come from the occupation. There was a huge sort of turnout. Really good atmosphere. Really good vibe. Really good feeling. The speakers were amazing. We had exile families taking up lots of room on the floor as well, doing activities, making friendship bracelets. It was lovely. The police did start congregating in really large numbers, just biding their time basically, and then they decided they'd had enough of us being there, and then just came in and strategically was picking us off one by one, as they do. I was breastfeeding Marlo, so people kept asking me to move, and I was saying, I'm just here feeding my baby and I will move. And it was a shame because we had just had some really nice dancing, and Etienne was doing a great talk about his experience of being a gold medalist and everything like that, and basically like the things that are valued in society and the things that aren't valued in society. So it feels like the police each day kind of earlier and earlier are going, we've had enough of you, you need to move. But it's absolutely our right to be here and to protest, because this is a proportionate action to the scale of the crisis. The fact is that there has been no action from governments anywhere in the world. I mean, unless you're like living in Bhutan, you know, everyone is complicit in this massive existential crisis. And I'm kind of fed up also of hearing people say, why aren't you protesting in China and India? It's just a way to distract and divert the conversation and not actually take part in the conversation. So we have all our manufacturing going on in the Far East, in China and India and Bangladesh and Philippines, and what we're doing, it's a bit like a meat eater saying, well, I didn't kill the animal, I don't work in the abattoir, but I'm eating the meat. The consumers in this country are saying, well, the UK hasn't done anything wrong, we're reducing our emissions. The truth is, we haven't. All those targets that the government have said that they're meeting, it's a lie. They haven't met any of their targets from the Paris Agreement in 2015. Emissions have continued to go up. During lockdown, billions of new investment has gone into fossil fuels. It's all a lie. I'd really like people to investigate a little bit more before they start saying these things. And if you look at your lifestyle, where do your things come from? Where are they manufactured? What is the carbon cost of everything in your life? So yes, there's growth going on in India and China. They're the factories of the whole world, and the cheapness of the labour, basically slave labour, is what enables you to have this lifestyle here where you can buy things new every day. Everything's got to change. We have a right to protest, because unless we carry on this protest and unless we keep the pressure up, nothing is going to change. This is how social change happens. So we have a right. protest is legal. We're not doing anything wrong at all. And we're going to be here until Saturday. So I really encourage anyone that's watching that hasn't come down to Extinction Rebellion, just join us and come down and see what it's like for yourself.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I don't know what I said before, but...
Not quite sure what's going on here. Are you under arrest? Have you been arrested?
Yeah, well, unless you want it. No, it's fine, sure.
It might be all cuts up.
Have you been arrested?
Say again?
Have you been arrested?
Yes.
Why did you come here today?
I came here to protest around the government's inaction on the climate crisis, and that's what I've done. I have to go now because my transport is waiting.
And back over to one of the other streamers.
Okay, so tell us where you are and what's going on.
So we're at Tower Bridge, and well, just a minute ago we were just sitting there. It was really nice. There were so many people. We were singing, dancing. There was music. People were just pouring their hearts out into speeches and talking about something they are genuinely passionate about, and talking about all the things that the government isn't doing. And then the police have come saying that it is now unnecessary, and that we are just taking the mick out of it at this point. That's what they have said. So they've driven us out of the roads, I guess, maybe just to clear the road to let people go on their commute. But it's getting into a very heated argument. People are still watching from the pavement, and there's still a group there just like remaining in their spot, not listening, just flat out ignoring the policemen who are just standing there at this point. And
why did you join Extinction Rebellion?
Well, I haven't really joined it. My mum is very active in it. She does it a lot. She is in many groups of XR, and so I have come to many meetings, marches, stuff like this, and I've talked quite a lot. I am really passionate about this stuff. I am going to admit sometimes I haven't wanted to come because I would just rather be in bed, but the reason why all this is happening, it's really worth fighting for, and the fact that so many driven people have come to talk about something they genuinely care about is just amazing, and it makes me feel so happy that people care about this. But it's horrible that the government doesn't care, and they don't listen, and they feel like they won't get affected, but they will. Everyone's going to be affected by this. Everyone.
Do you have a message to the people watching this?
Well, to the people watching, if you're not already involved in XR, you don't have to go to everything. Just watch, support XR, do your best, and try not to be so wasteful. Try not to go on so many planes. Try. This might be the most used climate change thing. Recycle, just recycle. It's so simple. Try not to make so much waste if you live in a big house, like either you have a big family or just wealthy. Try not to give so much waste, because it all goes to landfills, and that destroys our planet. And just like if you like this and if you want to take part, you can. Everyone can do this. Everyone. We're just normal people, random people just doing this.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want this one as well? Yeah, you may have everything. You want? Yes or no? Yes or or no? Yes, right, that's it. No grey area. Let's just get my beer, right?
Hi, good evening. What a glorious day, what a glorious week. It's been beautiful. The hearts and minds are opening, and they have been open. And we're bringing the joy and the information to the people and mobilizing in communities and on the streets and with rebels. It's been glorious, and I encourage you all to continue this in your own places, in your own homes. You don't need, as I say to people, you only need one friend in life or one rebel in life. Off you go. That's it. Right? Get into those town centres, get into those villages, get into those pubs and the community spaces and have the conversation, because what we're seeing here in London, the outreach has been phenomenal. There's no longer this separation of XR and people. People are now ready to have the conversation. They understand the urgency, and talking to XR has been pretty amazing. When we were in the community yesterday, there wasn't any objection to us being there, which is phenomenal turnaround. I think the IPCC report with Code Red and the fact that so many countries are flooding or on fire. I mean, this week we have flooding in Italy and further fires across other parts of Europe. So the reality is it's here, it's happening, and people are ready for that conversation. So we just need to connect up with them, give them space. And one of the things that I've learned and I share with you is that when you go into the space, the community leaders will show themselves. Give them space to talk about what they need to speak about, then offer the climate subject. Because today we had 5 people from North London community come and stand outside the Shard and speak about climate justice. So this is how important and really easy it is to mobilize people. You would have seen today Yvonne here, she's from Refugee Justice. She's brought her 2 grandchildren. Before, you would have never seen someone like Yvonne come onto the streets with us, and she's been front and center with her grandchildren. So, you know, we've had Afghanistan community leader turn up today, never spoken on a mic. She spoke yesterday on a mic, and today she's standing in front of the Shard speaking. So this is how we empower people. Give them a platform, share it, and they will come. They are ready. They will come. Have a good bank holiday Monday, guys.
It's been an amazing day, and it's not all over yet. We've got people locked onto, it's a samba band who have locked themselves to a post in the middle of the road. To my right, we've got people glued to the road, surrounded by police. There is a blue truck with people locked inside it. And we've also got a march which has continued on. But I think the live stream is going to wrap up soon.
Yeah, we're going to wrap up. Streaming the Lady Vicar get arrested today was a real moment, and I think it really showed that the truth and righteousness stands on one side and the establishment on the other. It was really moving, and it was really sad to see, and it kind of epitomised the mood of today. As Zoe said, although we're going to cut off now, there are protesters behind us who are still locked on. I don't know how long their evening is going to be. On that note, from the streamers, Zoe, myself, Alex, we bid you a good evening, and we're going to cut across to a highlights video of the first week. Enjoy, guys.
Big ball.
Hello, rebels, and welcome to the Impossible Rebellion. I'm Suzanne Savage, and we're here on the streets once again. We're taking back the streets which are ours and which have always been ours, and we're here on them to call out government failures, media failures. They haven't told the truth about the climate and ecological crisis, and we're here to do that for them. And we've had so many actions. It's just been one thing after another this week, and we're all tired and exhilarated and really wanting to welcome lots more people to join us, because this is just the beginning. I'm gonna fight them all.
Protesters blocked one of London's busiest junctions,
calling on the government to act against climate change.
We started off on Sunday, the 22nd of August, at Guildhall, led by our brothers and sisters and siblings of co-liberation. They scaled the entrances of Guildhall and kicked us off with this sacred direct action to start the rebellion. And this was in commemoration of the Haitian Revolution in 1791, where this was the first and only successful uprising of enslaved black people to take over a country. The amazing energy and enthusiasm of that uprising carries straight through to the rebellion. So we held that in our hearts, and Guildhall was the best way to start. Then we rolled on until Monday, and unbelievably, the largest pink table that you could ever imagine was landed right in the heart of Covent Garden. And this is part of our crisis talks themes, where we're saying to the government and we're saying to the public, come to the table, have crisis talks, talk to us about what's happening. The police, of course, surrounded, kettled it, but they held it through the night, the brave rebels in the shaking cold. We really kept up the momentum on Tuesday. The brave Welsh Cymru rebels went in front of HMRC and did a wonderful lock-on blockade there to call out the relationship between the government and Barclays Bank. There was a fashion action at Selfridges, which talked about the toxic industry of fast fashion and how that is exploiting the people and the workers and the planet all at the same time. We also had just an extraordinary second lock-on occupation on Cambridge Circus, where again we created that rebel atmosphere with this big planet Earth that rebels were locked onto. And on Wednesday, we kept up the pressure. We started at 10 o'clock in the morning with Amazon Rebellion at the Brazilian embassy. This was an important solidarity action to call out what's happening to the indigenous people in Brazil, facing the crisis of trying to protect some of those lost lands. We then marched to a place that I know will be dear in all of your hearts, and that's to Oxford Circus, where we had another occupation. And this time it was an occupation from female, intersex, non-binary and trans people. And it was another wonderful pink structure with people glued on, locked on around it. And that occupation held on well into the night. On Thursday, we marched from Hyde Park down to the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy. And there we occupied the space in front of it and delivered a really important demand that they must stop funding fossil fuels immediately. We held that space. We had a visit from George Monbiot and Kate Rayworth. The youth delivered our demand, and we let the government know that we're going to continue to hold them to account for what they're doing. At the same time, our sister movement, Animal Rebellion, were off causing mischief at the Queen's fountains at Buckingham Palace, which they dyed blood red. And that was to draw attention to the involvement of the Crown Estate in animal agriculture, as well as all the hunting that occurs on those lands. On Friday, the Blood Money March was a chance for Extinction Rebellion to review the history of colonization and the history of blood-soaked hands here in the City of London.
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! No justice!
We went to the financial institutions, to the banks, and to the government buildings who have been repressing people since the beginning of the British Empire and continue with their extractivist industries. It's time to decolonize. It's time to say no more. And with the blood on their feet that was spilled at Paternoster Square, our rebels went to the Mansion House Junction, just a few hundred meters away from Bank, for yet another occupation in order to continue to engage with people about the crisis that we're facing. Lots of our rebels joined in the Animal Rebellion Rights for Animals March, which went through central London, calling out that ecological crime that continues to happen. And at the same time, we had a global majority rally that was organized by XR-ISN, the Internationalist Solidarity Network, and their allies in communities of resistance. On Sunday, we took our message into the Finsbury Park community for the Global Carnival of Climate Justice. And this was our opportunity to engage with different parts of London in fun and frivolity, but also really serious message about the different climate and ecological and justice crises we're facing. I'm here in the City of London because the support for fossil fuels is the root cause of the climate and ecological emergency. If this City of London were a country, it would be the 9th largest emitter of carbon dioxide in the world. So we are bringing that intermediate demand here that we must stop funding fossil fuels. So with everything that happened in week one, it's amazing, but we still have another week to go of things to do. There's going to be ongoing occupations. They keep popping up, and they're going to continue to pop up. You won't know where they're going to happen until just beforehand, but we'll keep putting out the information in the Rebellion broadcast and on the links below. So here I am in the City of London. The Royal Exchange and the Bank of England are right here. This is the center of power. This is the center of the financial economy, which is strangling us all. And these streets are empty today, but this is going to be filled with rebels next week. Our beautiful, audacious actions with humor and love will be here. And I want you to come and join me and be part of this historic moment. It's going to be absolutely electrifying. And this is now, the time is now for the impossible rebellion. Come and join me. I want to see you and embrace you and bring you into our rebel family. Come and stand with me.
Gotta tell